Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. Before we begin the council session today, I'd like to make the following announcement. Due to the continuing threat to public health from COVID-19, hopefully for the last time, City Council is currently meeting remotely. We are using Microsoft Teams to make this remote meeting possible. Instructions for how the public may view the meeting and offer public comment are included in the stating meeting notice that was published in the Daily News, the Inquirer, and Legal Intelligencer prior to the meeting, and can also be found on phlcouncil.com. I now note that the hour has come. Clerk will please call the roll to take attendance, and members that are in attendance say a word or two to make sure that your emphasis is on the screen. Please call the roll.
Councilwoman Bass.
Good morning, Mr. President, colleagues, and the City of Philadelphia.
Good morning.
Councilwoman Brooks.
Good morning, Council President, colleagues. I am present.
Good morning.
Councilman Dom.
Morning, Council President, colleagues. Present.
Good morning.
Councilman Driscoll.
Good morning, Council President and colleagues. Present.
Good morning.
Councilwoman Gautier.
Good morning, Council President, colleagues, and Philadelphia. Present.
Good morning.
Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. I am present.
Good morning.
Councilman Green.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, City of Philadelphia. I am present.
Good morning.
Councilwoman Gim.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. I too am present.
Good morning.
Councilman Johnson.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. Good to see everybody. Sending out prayers to all the families who have lost loved ones to senseless gun violence, Council President, colleagues.
Councilman Jones.
Mr. President, colleagues, good morning. I am present.
Good morning.
Councilman O.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. I'm present as well.
Good morning.
Councilman O'Neill.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Councilwoman Parker.
Good morning, Mr. President and colleagues. Present, and thank you for helping me represent LU today, Councilmember Gautier.
Good morning.
Councilwoman Kenrina Sanchez.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. I'm present.
Good morning.
Councilman Squilla.
Good morning, Council President, colleagues. Present.
Good morning.
Councilman Thomas.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening public. I'm present.
Good morning.
Council President Clark.
Good morning to all. Quorum of the council is present, and will now come to order. Beginning our invocation this morning, the chair recognizes the Reverend Dr. Valerie Andrews of the Eternal Life Missionary Baptist Church. She is here today as the guest of Councilman Thomas. I ask all members and guests to please bow your heads for the invocation. Reverend, please proceed.
Council President Clark, and to all the members of the council, good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. Let us pray together. Gracious God, our Father, we come this morning thanking you for allowing us to be yet alive. Thank you, Lord, for waking us up this morning and having us clothe ourselves and to be in our right minds. We come before you this morning, God, as we prepare for today, God, as the agenda is on the table. But before we begin to do anything, we want to just give you thanks. We invite you into this space, into this time of deliberation and sharing. And we're asking, God, that you would make yourself known, that you would manifest your presence today. Father, I ask right now that you would bless every council member individually, Lord. First of all, I pray that you would meet their needs, whatever they may be. I pray for their family members, spouses, children, grandchildren. I pray for their health today, God. Perhaps there's someone on this line today who's not doing physically well, or maybe emotionally or mentally. And we pray even now, God, that you would move by your spirit and give them the courage to do whatever needs to be done. Be it see a doctor, be it see a therapist, be it just go talk to somebody. We're asking right now, God, that you would cover them in the blood of Jesus Christ, because you called them out to do a great work. And so, Father, they have to be in good health. spiritually, mentally, emotionally, physically, to do that which you've assigned to their hands. And now, God, again, as we said, there's an agenda on the table. And I heard Councilman Clark say, God, there's a lot to be discussed. We ask right now that you would move, God, in a special way, that you would give us ears to hear, give us hearts to receive. I pray, God, that you would give every council person wisdom today. Help them to see something different, something new, something afresh today that they never thought about. I pray, God, that you would work out miracles, Lord. And sometimes there's some situations that are on the table that we don't have answers for. But God, we serve a God who has the answers. And so I'm pleading with you this morning, God, that you would come through, that you would show them exactly what needs to be done for the city of Philadelphia. I pray, God, for every single resident. I pray for family members who have lost loved ones to violence. And God, we're just asking right now that you would send the spirit of comfort to do a mighty work in these lives. We pray for every young person in the city of Philadelphia. We pray for their summer, God, that you would lay your hands on them, that you would allow your angels to be dispatched all around them as the children go to swimming pools this summer, God, as they go to the basketball courts. God, would you please show up? Would you please allow your angels to encamp them? We pray for every drug dealer today, God. We ask that you would change somebody's mind today, God, that they would decide not to do this anymore. We pray for the ones that are carrying guns, selling guns, or whatever they're doing, God, to cause the guns to show up. God, we're praying that you would just show us what is it that we can do to make lives different. I pray, God, for the president, for Councilman Clark, God. Would you go before him? Would you grant him what he stands in need of, God, as the leader of this group, God? I pray, God, that you would comfort him, that you would strengthen him, God, where he's weak, God. Would you build him up? God, give him courage and boldness to say what needs to be said, to do what needs to be done, God. I pray as you speak to him that he would hear you and that, God, he would be obedient. I thank you again for every council member. And I pray, God, that you would bless them in their efforts. And God, I pray that when it's all said and done, you will say you were well pleased with their services. We pray this in the mighty and matchless and strong name of Jesus today. And God, I give you thanks because, God, I expect you to answer and to hear our prayers. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen and amen.
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 Thank you, Reverend Doctor, so much for
You're welcome, and thank you.
your spiritual guidance. We really need.
God bless you.
Thank you. Our next order of business is the approval of the journal of the meeting of Thursday, June 16th, 2022. The chair recognizes Councilman Squilla.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the journal of the meeting of Thursday, June 16th, 2022 be approved.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and properly second that the meeting of the journal of the meeting of Thursday, June 16th, 2022 stand approved. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, ayes have it, and our journal is approved. And our next order of business is request for leave of absence, and the chair recognizes Councilwoman Park.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the members of council, there are no requests for leaves of absence today.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Park one more time for a motion concerning certain legislative matters that may arise during the course of today's session of council and that were not listed on the calendar circulated prior to today's session.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that any of the following matters, if considered today, may be added to the agenda for this session of council and as required by law, subsequently published on an amended agenda after the consideration of those matters, resolutions authorizing hearings, amendments to bills on first reading, the reconsideration of a bill vetoed by or recalled from the mayor, resolutions taking substantive action to be voted on in this session, a motion to withdraw a bill or resolution that is not on the calendar, and a motion placing a bill or resolution on or returning a bill or resolution from the suspension calendar that is not listed on today's calendar. The purpose of this motion is to provide the public with notice concerning possible action by council that arose too late to be included on the calendar that was published prior to today's session.
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved and properly second that the legislative matters stated by Councilwoman Parker may be added to the agenda for today. Should those matters arise during the course of the council session, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Ayes have it, and the motion carries. In our next order of business is communications, and I would ask the clerk to please read the messages from the mayor and any other communications that he may have in his possession.
From the mayor to the president and members of the council of the city of Philadelphia. I am pleased to advise you that on June 22, 2022, I signed all of the bills which were passed by council at its session on June 9, 2022.
Okay, Mr. Decker, thank you very much. In our next order of business is the introduction of bills and resolutions. And by way of a reminder, we are asking that all resolutions, including privileged resolutions, be placed on the final passage calendar for the next session of council unless they are being referred to committee. In our current remote environment, this procedure will provide the appropriate opportunity for public comment. I'd like to thank you very much in advance for your anticipated cooperation. Mr. Decker, please read the titles of the legislation that's being offered by members today.
Councilwoman Parker offers one bill and one resolution. On behalf of Council President Clark, an ordinance establishing a neighborhood improvement district to be known as the North Broad Business Improvement District in an area that generally includes both sides of North Broad Street, from the north side of Spring Garden Street to the south side of Indiana Avenue, excluding the 2700 through 2900 blocks on the west side of the street, beginning with 510 North Broad Street and continuing to 2929 North Broad Street. It also includes 1300 Fairmont Avenue, 1406 Ridge Avenue, 1408 Ridge Avenue, 1363 West Seltzer Street, 1361 West Silver Street, and 1362 West Silver Street, and designating North Broad Renaissance, the legal name of which is Avenue North Renaissance Incorporated, which has organized itself as a Pennsylvania nonprofit corporation, as the Neighborhood Improvement District Management Association for the district.
Thank you. Refer to committee.
Also, on behalf of Council President Clark, a resolution initiating action to establish a neighborhood improvement district in the area that generally includes both sides of North Broad Street, from the north side of Spring Garden Street to the south side of Indiana Avenue, excluding the 2700 through 2900 blocks on the west side of the street, beginning with 510 North Broad Street and continuing to 2929 North Broad Street. It also includes 1300 Fairmont Avenue, 1406 Ridge Avenue, 1408 Ridge Avenue, 1363 West Seltzer Street, 1361 West Silver Street, and 1362 West Silver Street, designating North Broad Renaissance, the legal name of which is Avenue of the North Renaissance Incorporated, which has organized itself as a Pennsylvania nonprofit corporation, as the Neighborhood Improvement District Management Association for the district. Mr. President, I believe this needs to be adopted today. So if we could recognize Councilwoman Parker for a motion to suspend the rules.
Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker for a motion for suspension of the rules to allow adoption today.
On behalf of, go ahead.
Councilwoman, you connected?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules of council be suspended for immediate consideration of that resolution on today's final passage calendar.
Second.
Moving properly second, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, ayes have it. And that will be on today's final passage calendar.
Councilwoman Gimm offers one bill and one resolution entitled an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified electors of the city of Philadelphia of the proposal set forth in a resolution approved by council proposing an amendment to the Philadelphia Home Rule Charter relating to the creation of the Prison Oversight Board and authorizing the appropriate officers to publish notice and to make arrangements for the special election.
For the committee.
And a resolution proposing an amendment to the Philadelphia Home Rule Charter to provide for the creation of an independent prison oversight board to provide for the composition, powers, and duties of the board and provide for the submission of the amendment to the electors of Philadelphia.
For the committee.
Council President, may I be recognized?
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gimm.
Thank you so much, Council President, and thank you, everybody. Safety is our top concern in our city, and that includes all those who are housed in our city prisons and those who work there. This has been a primary concern for all the members of our city council body, but especially for council's Public Safety Committee. I want to thank the members of the Public Safety Committee and especially our chair, Councilmember Jones, for the diligent work that's been done over the last several years as our city prisons have faced enormous crises and challenges and also sought solutions. 29 people have died in Philadelphia's jails in the last 2 years, a rate that is 77% higher than the national average. Since the start of the pandemic, civil litigation cases related to conditions in Philadelphia's prisons have proliferated, resulting in costly fines and settlements. High vacancy rates in the department have caused outcry from both advocates and prison corrections officers over serious safety issues and the conditions in the city prisons. And in a survey by the Philadelphia Prison Society, over 90% of incarcerated people reported an absence of staff, largely on the weekends. The city prisons are a critical part of the public safety narrative. The majority of people who are there are housed pre-trial, and they deserve their time for justice and for safety. And we have not seen nearly enough action. So today I'm introducing legislation along with the co-sponsors of this legislation, Councilmember Kendra Brooks, Councilmember Jamie Gautier, and Councilmember Isaiah Thomas, to establish a new oversight structure for the Department of Prisons, a Prisons Oversight Board, to ensure the safety, security, and dignity of incarcerated people and corrections officers. I don't think there's any question that we are at crisis levels right now. Reports on the conditions in our city prisons keep me up at night. I know they keep members of our committee up at night as well. Today's proposed charter change would replace the current advisory board with a staffed civilian board with a defined mission, independent oversight, and investigative powers. With today's introduction, this is the start of a conversation and the first of many critical steps that are necessary in order to establish a body that has the power to ask questions and get answers and has a commitment to community engagement, transparency, and most importantly, change that has been sorely lacking. Once passed by City Council, the charter change will appear on the ballot for approval by voters. Accompanying legislation to set board composition and selection as well as to further define the board's powers will be introduced at some time this fall. But we will be taking this opportunity, especially through the summer, to convene groups and organizations to discuss what this path could look like going forward. I look forward to collaboration and the advice, input, and work of all my council colleagues. And I thank you all for the introduction of this bill. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. And we'll refer to committee.
Councilman Thomas offers one resolution honoring and congratulating Champion of the Week, the Philly Phantoms, and the 8 All-Pro players, Kia Ivory, Candace Walker, Dominique Williams, Star Wright, Monique Wilson, Angela Wells, Latasha Wilson, Angela Wells, Latasha Richardson, and Hannah DeGraffini Reed for making the Women's National Football Conference All-Pro list.
Thank you. That will be our next session's agenda.
Councilman Jones offers one resolution congratulating the city of Philadelphia on winning its bid to become the host city of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Mr. President, Councilman Jones would like to be recognized for a motion on this resolution.
Chair recognizes Councilman Jones.
Thank you. I'd like to do a rule suspension so that we can consider this resolution on today's calendar. Second.
Moving properly second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Ayes have it, and that will be on today's final passage calendar.
Councilman Green offers one bill and two resolutions entitled an ordinance adding a new section 9649 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Sale of Body Armor to require sellers of body armor to maintain and submit records regarding sales to Philadelphia residents, and adding a new section 10843 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Possession, Sale, and Transfer of Body Armor to require Philadelphia residents to register certain body armor with the city.
Chair recognizes Councilman Green.
Thank you, Council President. This legislative body has on various occasions attempted legislation that has been preempted in order to make our city safe, especially in reference to issues of gun violence. From the issues we saw, the mass shooting in Buffalo, New York, and Uvalde, Texas, there's been an increase in the use of body armor in mass shootings. So in talking with the law department, thought, and also talking with others and using some of my relationships from around the country, wanted to think of a way of how we can continue to provide safety measures in the city of Philadelphia, especially as we're seeing an increase in mass shootings, especially mass shooters using body armor. And so from this perspective, I also believe that those who are likely to buy body armor are also more likely to have some of the high capacity weapons that create these tragedies. I know at the federal level, they're looking to move forward for the first time in a number of years, in fact, decades, on some responsible gun legislation. But here in the city of Philadelphia, we need to continue to be creative in what we can do to protect our citizens from any future tragedies that could happen here in our city. And so from that perspective, that's why I introduced this bill. Hopefully this is a conversation that this body can take as we continue to be creative in trying to make the citizens of the city of Philadelphia safe. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. That will be referred to committee.
Councilman Green also offers two resolutions entitled a resolution recognizing and congratulating David Gates Esquire upon the occasion of his retirement from the Pennsylvania Health Law Project for his decades of service and commitment to people with disabilities and families in need of health insurance coverage and healthcare services in Philadelphia and across the Commonwealth. Mr. President, Councilman Green would like to be recognized for a motion on this resolution.
Chair again recognizes Councilman Green.
Thank you, Council President. I move that the rules of council be suspended to permit this resolution to be on the final passage calendar for today.
Second.
Second, all in favor, indicate by saying aye.
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 Motion carries. That will be on today's final passage calendar.
And a resolution authorizing City Council's Committee on Finance to hold hearings regarding growth in the city of Philadelphia.
That will be on today's final passage calendar.
Councilwoman Gautier offers one resolution entitled a resolution of renaming North 33rd Street between Chestnut and Arch Streets as Squash Way in recognition of the Arlen Specter U.S. Squash Center.
Thank you. That will be on next session's final passage calendar.
Councilman O'Neill offers one bill entitled an ordinance establishing a no truck parking regulation on Morrell Avenue.
For the committee.
Councilman Squilla offers two bills and four resolutions. Entitled an ordinance amending Title IV of the Philadelphia Code entitled the Philadelphia Building Construction and Occupancy Code by adopting the 2018 edition of the International Residential Code as published by the International Code Council.
For the committee.
And an ordinance authorizing the revision of lines and grades on a portion of City Plan number 27S by striking from the city plan the easterly 20 feet wide portion of Swanson Street from Wolf Street to Snyder Avenue, and striking from the city plan and vacating the legally open portion of Vandalia Street from Wolf Street to Wekiko Avenue.
Committee.
And a resolution authorizing the Committee on Commerce and Economic Development to hold public hearings to examine what the Philadelphia Water Department is or could be doing to take advantage of new and existing federal water quality infrastructure funding to address chronic sewage overflows in overburdened communities and improve the water quality of the Delaware and Schuylkill rivers for public recreational use.
So this came out of an action about maybe 6 or 7 years ago when
I'm sorry.
Excuse me. Somebody is definitely needs to be on mute.
Council President, I'm able to suspend the rules to be able to put that resolution on the passage calendar for today.
Yeah, that's authorizing a hearing.
It's authorized, Councilman. That's that's for a hearing.
Thank you.
Trying about who was having a conversation.
So that resolution will be on today's final passage
You're
calendar.
not speaking. Please stay on mute. Right. Thank you. We have way too many.
Yeah, please put all your phones and screens on mute, please. You heard the president. We're trying to get through session.
Right. Right. You got enough to deal with. Yeah, unauthorized conversations. Mr. Decker, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Councilman Squilla offers 3 additional resolutions entitled a resolution confirming the approval of resolution number 210975 adopted December 9, 2021, authorizing the Philadelphia Land Bank to dispose of 2148, 2150, 2154, 2156 East Birch Street, 2032 Lehigh Avenue, 2055, 2057 East Rush Street, 2154, 2155, 2156, 2157, 2158, 2159, 2160, 2161 East Stella Street, located in the First Councilmanic District. Mr. President, Councilman Squilla would like to be recognized for a motion on this resolution.
Chair recognizes Councilman Squilla.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move for a suspension of the rules for these resolutions to be heard at this session of council.
Second.
Okay. Property resolutions traditionally do not have rule suspension because of the nature of the inability for people to have public comment, as opposed to an honorary resolution. This sense of urgency, somewhat, but we may get challenged. Just saying that.
I'll follow whatever the protocol is.
Yeah.
It's
a little different with property resolutions because people disposing of property and they do traditionally require the ability for citizens to have some public input. So we'll place those on the next session. So,
thank you.
And also a resolution authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property to execute and deliver to the Philadelphia Redevelopment Authority deeds conveying fee simple title to 2863 Amber Street in the First Councilmanic District. And a resolution confirming approval of resolution number 210976 adopted December 9, 2021, authorizing the Philadelphia Land Bank to dispose of 1739 South 5th Street, 1919 South 6th Street, 2612 South 9th Street, 411, 418, 424, 432 through 34, 624, 626 Cantrell Street, 424, 426 Mercy Street, located in the First Councilmanic District.
Next session's calendar.
Councilwoman Bass offers on behalf of Council President Clark an ordinance amending Bill number 220285 entitled an ordinance to adopt the fiscal 2023 capital budget and amending Bill number 220284 entitled an ordinance to adopt the capital program for the 6 fiscal years 2023 through 2028 inclusive to add certain projects in the 8th Council District and to the capital budget for fiscal year 2022 and make other related conforming and other changes to the FY 2023 capital budget ordinance and the FY 2023 through 2028 capital program ordinance.
For the committee.
Councilman O offers one resolution entitled a resolution recognizing and honoring the life and service of Philadelphia firefighter Lieutenant Sean Williamson. Mr. President, Councilman O would like to be recognized for a motion on this resolution.
Chair recognizes Councilman O.
Thank you very much, Council President. I move that the rules of council be suspended so that this resolution may be considered on today's final passage calendar.
Second.
Been moved and properly second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes have it. That resolution will be on today's final passage calendar.
Thank you very much.
There are no other bills or resolutions being offered today by the members, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Decker. That concludes the introduction of bills and resolutions. And our next order of business is reports from committee. And the chair recognizes Councilwoman Bass for a report from the Committee of Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs. Councilwoman Bass.
Yes, Mr. President, one moment, please. Thank you. Mr. President,
Yes, Councilwoman.
can you come back to me if you have other committee reports, and I will pull up that information. I'm having some difficulty with my technology this morning.
Councilmember Bass, would you like me to proceed on your behalf?
Would you?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of Councilmember Bass, the Committee on Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs reports out one resolution with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Mr. Decker, please read that report.
To the President and members of the Council of the City of Philadelphia, the Committee on Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs, to which is referred Resolution Number 220474, entitled a resolution approving the rebuild project statement for fiscal years 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023, pursuant to Bill Number 170206. Respectfully reports that it is considered the same and returns the attached resolution to Council with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, on behalf of Councilmember Bass, I move that the rules of council be suspended so as to permit consideration of resolution number 220424 on today's final passage calendar.
Second.
Thank you. It is moved properly second that the rules of council be suspended to permit consideration of resolution number 220424 on today's final passage calendar. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Ayes have it, and that will be placed on today's final passage calendar. Chair now recognizes Councilman O for a report from the Committee on Global Opportunities and Creative Innovative Economy.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Global Opportunities and the Creative Innovative Economy issues a report pursuant to resolution number 220069.
Thank you. Chief Clerk will please read the report. Mr. Decker, you're on mute.
Apologies, Mr. President. The Committee on Global Opportunities and the Creative Innovative Economy, to which is referred resolution number 220069, entitled a resolution authorizing Council's Committee on Global Opportunities and the Creative Innovative Economy to hold public hearings on the findings and recommendations of the Philadelphia Fashion and Garment Industry Task Force. Respectfully reports that the special committee held the hearing as authorized by resolution number 220069 on June 16, 2022, and that the committee has adopted the report and recommendations of the Philadelphia Fashion and Garment Industry Task Force and issues the report to the council.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Decker. Chair now recognizes Councilwoman Gim for a report from the Committee on Children and Youth.
Thank you very much, Council President. The Committee on Children and Youth reports out one bill with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Decker. Please read the report.
The Committee on Children and Youth, to which was referred Bill Number 220239, entitled an ordinance amending Chapter 21-1800 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Foster Care to add new provisions related to screening and application for benefits for foster youth, limiting the use of Social Security, supplemental security income, veterans, or other various benefits, and providing notice to the foster child for certain actions taken with respect to Social Security and other benefits. Respectfully reports that it's considered and amended the same and returns the attached bill to council with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Chair again recognizes Councilwoman Gim.
Thank you very much, Council President. I move that the rules of council be suspended so as to permit first reading this day of Bill Number 220239.
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved and properly second that the rules of council be suspended so as to permit first reading this day of Bills Number 220239. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes have it, and this bill will be placed on our first reading calendar today. That concludes our reports from the committee. And our next order of business is a consideration of the calendar. I note that the bill just reported from committee with suspension of the rules have been deemed to have had its first reading. It will be placed on our second reading and final passage calendar for our next session of council. As there are no additional bills on the first reading calendar, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker for a motion concerning the resolutions on the final passage calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules of council be suspended to permit the use of a consent agenda to consider the following resolutions on a final passage calendar. And they are resolution numbers 220603, 220604, 220605, 220606, 220607, 220608, 220609, 220610, 220611, 220612, 220613, 220614, 220615, 220616, 220617, 220618, 220619, 220620, and 220621.
Second.
Thank you. We move to second that the rules of council be suspended.
Excuse me, Council
Use of
President.
the consent agenda. Chair recognizes Councilman Johnson.
Yeah, Mr. President, I move that resolution 220616 be removed from the consent calendar.
616.
Yes.
220616 will be removed from the consent agenda. The final passage council. Councilman Johnson,
Yes.
you want to just remove it from the consent agenda and put on
Yes.
the regular set? Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
220616 will be placed on the regular final passage calendar.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Chair. It's been moved and seconded that the rules of council be suspended to permit the use of the consent agenda. Consider resolution just read by Councilwoman Parker. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Have it. Motion carries. We will consider the resolution presented agenda shortly. The chair again recognizes Councilwoman Parker for a motion concerning the bills on the second reading and final passage calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules of council be suspended to permit the use of a consent agenda to consider the following bills on the second reading and final passage calendars today. They are numbers 210740A, 220504A, 220517A, 210478, 220110, 220490, 220527, 210284, 220287, 220288, 220413, 220118, 220323, 220357, 220358, 220363, 220417, 220445, 220446, 220450, 220451, 220452, 220456, 220457, 220458, 220293, 220506, 220508, 220509, 220510, 220511, 220529, 22046, 220-521, 220-522, 220-524, 220-525, 210-870, 220-321, 220-459, 220-493, 220-526, 220-366, 220-294, 220-573, 220-574, 220-575, and 220-577.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and properly second that the rules of council be suspended to permit the use
Council
of.
President,
Yes, Chair recognizes Councilwoman Kim.
yes, I ask that bill number 210284 be removed from the bill consent agenda.
Okay, yeah, we were gonna do it during the.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay, that's fine. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President.
It's okay. Do it now. It's been moved and second that the rules of council be suspended to permit the use of the consent agenda. Consider the bill just read by Councilwoman Parker, with the exception of 210-284. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Ayes have it. Motion carries, and we will consider the consent agenda shortly. The chair again recognizes Councilwoman Parker for the purpose of calling up bills and resolutions on the regular and second reading and final passage calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. In addition to the resolutions and bills being considered on the consent agendas, the following resolutions and bills are being called up from the second reading and final passage calendars today. They are numbers 220616 and 210284, and numbers 220197A, 220544, 220545, 200040A, 200006AA, 200007A, 220187, 200012, 220284, 220285, 220286, 220410, 220485, 220497, 220499, 220414, 220292, and 220322. All other bills and resolutions are being held, Mr. President.
And for the record, 210284, record, the second reading, final passage calendar. Thank you, Councilwoman. Before we proceed with our public comment session, we will take a brief 5 to 10 minute recess, more like 10, to give our technology professionals an opportunity to connect our speakers that we have for today's meeting. Modesto, let us know when everyone is connected. Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience as we connected everyone for public comment. So now that everyone is connected to the meeting, and before considering resolutions and bills we have before us today, we will do our public comment. The public comment must concern matters on the second reading and final passage calendar for possible action at a session of council. The speaker on any of those matters must sign up in order to testify. You must call 215-686-3406 by 3 p.m. the day before the session to sign up for public comment. When you call, we will take your name, phone number, the number of comment in support of or against the legislation, and add your name to the list. We will telephone each person on the list during the council session and invite them to our remote meeting. Today, because of the significant volume of individuals we have to testify, your time limit will be 2 minutes. We ask that you please adjust your testimony to reflect the 2-minute limit. Normally, based on a lower volume, we will have up to 3 minutes. But again, thank you for participating. In order to be fair to all those wishing to speak, I intend to hold faithfully to the established time limit. Once invited to the meeting and asked to begin your testimony, a timer will be started. We will monitor your remaining time throughout your testimony. When there are 30 seconds remaining to your time, we will remind you of this. Once your allotted time has passed, you will be asked to conclude your remarks, and shortly thereafter, you will be muted and disconnected from the remote meeting. Also reserve the right to limit the number of speakers where repetitious comments are being made and on the same subject matter, which could affect callbacks for public comment at a meeting. Please be aware that the public meeting is being recorded. So because the meeting is public, and viewers have no reasonable expectations of privacy. So by continuing to be in the meeting, you are consenting to being recorded. I want to thank you very much for your willingness to participate in the City Council public comment session today. I will now ask Mr. Decker to please read the first name of our speaker on the list.
The first speaker today is Serena Rose, commenting on 210740A.
Good morning.
Good morning.
State your name and
Good morning.
please your testimony.
My name is Serena Rose. I'm providing public comment today on Bill number 210740A as a representative of the Building Industry Association of Philadelphia, most commonly known as the BIA. I'm the treasurer of the BIA, and I also co-chair of the BIA Government Affairs Committee. I want to thank Councilman President Clark and council members for affording me the opportunity to provide comments regarding the licensure requirements for sheet metal workers. Last week's floor amendment made minor changes to the definition of the sheet metal apprenticeship program requirements, but the existing definition as currently written in the code is in direct conflict with the state and federal requirements. Specifically, the city has had long a requirement for 800 hours of classroom instruction instead of 576 hours that the state and federal governments require. Apprenticeship programs like this are highly regulated and must be approved by the Commonwealth. Requiring more hours of classroom training, specifically within already approved programs approved curriculum, does not make sense. This might seem like an innocuous distinction, an aspect of the code, but it is not. The 576 hours are intended to be spread over a duration of more than 4 years and 8,000 hours of field apprenticeship training and achieved while maintaining a work-life balance. If L&I were to enforce this conflicting aspect of the code, there were many Philadelphia residents that would not be able to comply with this requirement at the schools where they are currently enrolled. It would also require that the program in which apprentices are enrolled across the Commonwealth be modified for just Philadelphia, which most schools will not elect to do. Recently, enforcement of similar differences in other sections of the code resulted in mass revocation of apprenticeship licenses, exposure to litigation for the city, and ultimately a rollback of the enforcement of these aspects of the code that so clearly cause disparate impact. Fixing the code increases access to those who have historically been overlooked for these coveted careers. To be clear, we are advocating for increased training by training more people, not less. This is one meaningful step in the direction of creating equal requirements for apprenticeship careers without favoritism to one particular school or program. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony.
The next speaker is Thomas St. Hill, commenting on 220006, 220007, and 200040.
Good
Chief
morning.
Clerk,
The next
sorry,
speaker
next
is David
people are
Christian.
not online.
The next speaker, Mr. Christian.
Also not on the line.
Okay.
Robert Riley.
Good morning. I'll state your name for the record. Please proceed with your testimony.
Oh, yes, my name's Robert Riley. I have a lifelong connection and love to the great city of Philadelphia, born and raised in Philadelphia. Attended Father Judge High School, LaSalle College for BS and the Masters. Served in the U.S. Army in Vietnam. Multiple long-term career assignments in the city at SmithKline Pharmaceuticals and Breyer's Ice Cream, to name a few. Multiple years as president of the Edison High School Friends Association component of the Alumni Association. Over the last few years, with the explosion of the homeless population in the city, and then also Camden, I've spent much time in servicing and packing up my SUV and distributing it from 2400 to 2900 Kensington Avenue. Relative to the veterans' preference, Philadelphia is a world-class city, and world-class cities embrace those who serve and those who promise to lay down their lives and protect the citizens. And in the case of military and citizens, wherever they are around the world, world-class cities then should help and integrate those that make those solemn, unwavering promises to help them integrate back into the society that they left. and the career path that was slowed down while they extended their time into multiple combat tours. In fact, the Veterans Preference really should earn them multiple preferences. If it's 5% and they served 3 tours in Iraq and Afghanistan, then it should be 15%. Or actually, they should be able to pick any job, OJT, and give them a chance for 6 months to do it, because by God, they will do it. Also, well-trained professional protectors integrated throughout the city. More, I believe, would be better than less. A city of legacy, that is what we should do. The promises were solemn, they were unwavering, and they were indelible. And the city really needs to respond back and embrace them and welcome them back and help integrate them back into the great city that they left. Thank you for allowing me to address this special session. I love you all, and I love the city. God bless America. God bless all our veterans. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Joe Griffiths.
Good morning. State your name for the record. Please proceed.
Good morning, Council President Donald Clark and all members of City Council. My name is Joe Griffiths. I'm a graduate of Cardinal Doherty High School. I went to Vietnam with my brother in 1967. I am one of the founders of the Philadelphia Veterans Day Parade. I am the person that named the VA hospital for Michael Crescents, who's the only Philadelphia Medal of Honor recipient since the Civil War. And I'm very upset at the fact that we want to change the charter bill to give jobs to our veterans. I believe the city, Mr. President, and you met me many times. I sat next to you in the Edison homeless building that Bob Riley was on, saved that building at a dear cost to almost his life to house 66 homeless people. But we should be focusing on Kensington Avenue and not changing charter bills to harm our veterans. We have a young homeless, I was told, 30-year-old woman that was set on fire over the weekend by a gang of kids in that area. We lost a fireman. We lose veterans in war, Iraq, Afghanistan, Vietnam, North Korea. We shouldn't lose Marine firemen to building that should have been abandoned, that should have been torn down. He'll be buried over the weekend. He didn't die at war. He died in the city of Philadelphia. We're focusing on the wrong things. There's talk now that the Michael J. Crescents VA Hospital at 34th and Woodland is on a target to be closed. Thousands of people will lose their jobs, and we're focusing on harming veterans. Council President Clark, I have a lot of respect for you. You went to the largest school to lose 64 graduates from Edison High School, the most in the country. And sir, you can't disgrace their graves and their death by hurting our veterans. I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it. Thank you for your service.
The next speaker is Jerry Tempesta.
Good morning.
My name is, good morning, Council. My name is Jerry Tempesta. I'm a 1966 graduate at Bishop Furman High School. I was in Vietnam from July 1969, July 1970. I'm a decorated combat Vietnam veteran. What you're trying to do with these bills is not right. Veterans go right out of high school, and a lot of them went right out of high school, right into the military. When they come back, they need to have this veterans preference so that they could learn a trade, they can get a job with the city, and integrate the city of brotherly love. And I think it's very important. There's a lot of veterans today committing suicide, okay, when they came back from Afghanistan and Iraq and also Vietnam, because they feel like it's hopeless, like nobody's trying to help them. And you can't do away with veterans preference, because it's there to help a lot of veterans. They deserve it. They earned it. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Michael Daly.
Good morning. State your name for the record. Please proceed with your testimony.
The next person on the line.
Michael Daly, are you connected? Daly. Mr. Decker, next name.
Harry Meritazan.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record. Please proceed with your testimony.
Harry Meritazan.
Harry Meritazan, are you connected? Mr. Decker, next name.
George Ginder.
Good morning. State your name for the record. Please proceed with your testimony.
Council President Clark and council members, good morning. My name is George Ginder. I'm a veteran, a combat wounded veteran, with over 25 years of active duty service in the United States Army. I speak to you today as an individual veteran with memberships in several well-known local and national veterans organizations. I am opposed to bills 200040, 200006A, and 200007. As a service member, I was well aware of the benefits afforded to veterans when they separated from military service, one of which is the Preference Point Program, adopted for veterans who choose to enter civil service. The bills mentioned essentially dilute this veteran benefit by awarding preference points to others who are non-military service connected personnel, whereby diminishing a point preference. A veteran earns all the benefits that are awarded them for serving their country and all that military service entails. Today, here in the city of Philadelphia, there are pending bills that would reduce the veteran statute that they earn for their service to country. I ask you, is this a message that we want to send across our nation? Need I mention that 3 branches of our country's military services were established right here in Philadelphia? I urge council to do what is right for veterans in this instance. Do not pass a bill that diminishes a veteran's civil service preference and further diminishes their statute and their communities. Remember, the people I mentioned decided to serve this country for us. Please now, let's serve them. I thank you for the time to speak today, and have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it. Thank you for your service.
Joe Eastman.
Good morning. I'll state your name for the record. Please proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Council President Clark, and to your 16 colleagues. My name is Joe Eastman. I live in South Philadelphia. I'm a taxpayer. I served this country in uniform for 26 years as a junior enlisted man, a senior non-commissioned officer, and a commissioned officer. I've gone in harm's way for this country, and I, like most of my colleagues who will be speaking today, I have a disability that I will take to my grave with me. I have a request and a comment. My request is that when you vote on these bills, please do so in a roll call fashion. There seems to be some controversy we found out this morning as to how a couple of people or some of your colleagues may have voted last week. I know what I heard, but I'm willing to stipulate my ears may not be what they used to be. So I think a roll call vote, so we get to hear each individual elected official that will be voting today. There will be no equivocation or misunderstanding as to how they vote. Now a comment, and I'll be very brief. I've been reading a lot of things back and forth, some things from KYW, some things posted on email or social media and emails. I can say this, in the 2.5 years or so that this process has been going on, I feel I've been closely involved with it. Not once, let me repeat that, not once have I ever heard Councilman David O. speak adversely or disrespectfully about any of his colleagues in regard to this legislation. He has solely, I'll say that again, he has solely spoken to the merits or non-merits of the legislation. I had a couple of private minutes with Councilman O at the Vietnam and Korean War memorials on Memorial Day. The only two council people who were there were Councilman O and Councilman Squilla, by the way. And I probably spoke with him for 5 minutes. He spoke to the merits and non-merits of the legislation and how it might play out. At no time, written or otherwise, has Councilman O ever disparaged one of his colleagues with respect to this information. And that needs to be said. And I am one of the veterans that will be correcting the record in regards to some of this stuff. And we will make sure that people understand that Councilman O conducted himself in an incredibly professional way and would not allow any of us, not that it happened, would not allow any of us to disparage any member of council. Thank you so much for your time, Council President Clark. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony today, and thank you for your service.
Harry Williamson.
Good morning. State your name for the record. Please proceed with your testimony.
And I am the current president of the Philadelphia Vietnam Veterans Memorial, have been actively involved in veterans affairs for decades. I speak against this bill for a couple of reasons. I was opposed to it initially, and nothing I've heard or seen since there has changed my mind about this. My opposition stems from the fact that while I recognize that this bill does not literally take away points from the veterans, it does, as my friend George Ginder said, erode veterans precedent. Once we start picking away at this, I can guarantee you somebody will be back again. And my fear is that this will be eroded so badly that veterans' rights will be taken care of. I appreciate the councilwoman's concept of providing others with benefits, but I would remind people that these young men and women that go to technical schools already have a leg up and certainly can compete in the job market, at least in my opinion. So again, I state that I'm adamantly opposed to this legislation and have been since it was first introduced. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Thank you for your service.
Rich Yoka.
Good morning. State your name for the record. Please proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Council President Clark. Good morning, members of City Council. Thank you for providing me with this opportunity to comment. My name is Rich Yoka. I'm a lifelong resident of this great city. I'm a graduate of Roman Catholic High School and Temple University. I'm a 3-year veteran of the 82nd Airborne Division. I am formerly the volunteer president of Fairmount Sports Association, one of the largest inner city youth organizations within the confines of Philadelphia. I am now the chairman of the Philadelphia chapter of the 82nd Airborne Division Association. Let me be clear. I oppose all bills which would infringe, diminish, reduce, erode the City of Philadelphia's current veterans' civil service preferences and veterans' rights. Veterans earned this right. That is the basis for veterans' preference. They went abroad, they left their families, they fought, some died, some came home. I personally question also the validity and strategy of such legislation. And why are we awarding folks for going to school? And when does this type of legislation end? And how far will it go? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Your testimony this morning, and thank you for your service.
Andre McCoy.
Good morning. I'll state your name for the record. Please proceed with your testimony.
President Clark, I'm a big fan of yours. Thank you for your leadership with City Council. Citizen, soldier, patriot, Andre McCoy, in opposition to Bill 06, 07, and 40 for charter change. Citizen, soldier, patriot. A citizen is not a subject or a slave to a governmental body or organization or ideology. A soldier is a person who is trained mentally, emotionally, and physically as a warrior to overcome obstacles and challenges at the risk of losing eyesight, a limb, or life itself in defense of their battle buddy, their unit, their country. Specifically, my opportunities in the United States Marine Corps and the United States Army to support and defend the Constitution of the United States from all enemies, foreign and domestic. A patriot that loves and supports and defends America and its interests, and that love I have shared for America freely to others in other countries so they can support and prosper where they are. Amor patriae ducit, love of country leads. Bill 06, 07, and 40 for charter change had good intentions, but this is bad judgment, and these are bad bills that are ill-conceived, which I am strongly opposed. This does not support American interests and strong citizenship. My great-great-grandfather fought in the Civil War with the 26th Pennsylvania Volunteers, including Gettysburg, lived on Ridge Avenue near Spring Garden Street, and is buried in Fernwood Cemetery. My uncle from South Philadelphia, 2 tours of Vietnam as a Green Beret. I was born in Germantown Hospital and served on active reserve and guard duty status in the military for over 30 years. I humbly request for you to review the letters and references I have already provided. Why a charter change? If it's that significant, why no impact study has been done? Even a related 2018 Pew study does not support these bills. Again, a charter change is not necessary. Oppose these bills. Legal review has not been completed. It appears to violate USPA and Philadelphia laws. I supplied specific references and citations. Therefore, there is no confidence that the due diligence has been done completely for a charter change. Oppose these bills. Who is John Galt? This affects veterans and has been known for over 2 years. Another attempt to check the block was made. Concerns and issues were voiced by your veteran advisor, specifically said we need to protect the veterans hiring process, the concept of preference, provide city internships, and provide apprenticeships. Internships and apprenticeships were ignored. Apparently that attempted cure was amended last week, which codifies that it was widely known that these bills harm veterans, with amendments that put veterans in an unfavorable and diminished position against anyone else who's in the hiring pool. This package discriminates. Oppose these bills. This would be a charter change for discrimination. Oppose these charter changes. This discriminates disabled, every other public school student, every public VOCTEC student that's not in a public school, any other high school student like Catholic schools, private schools, and charter schools. This discriminates against firefighters and police. We have already lost. Carter versus the City of Philadelphia in 1993. The City of Philadelphia lost against that under the same guise. This violates Philadelphia Civil Service Regulation 9.024. It also violates Home Rule Act 53 and Pennsylvania statutes 51, subsection 7109, subsection 13131, 1949. Pennsylvania Statute 7104B, Pennsylvania Veterans Preference Act. It violates that. It violates Federal 42 U.S.C. Code 1983 and the U.S. Constitution 14th Amendment. Sir, that completes my testimony. Thank you.
Easy to wrap it. Thank you, sir.
Tiffany Ellis.
Good morning. I state your name for the record.
Hello.
Please proceed with your testimony.
Hi, this is Tiffany Ellis, and I'm in support of Bill 220285. The Cobb Street Golf Course, the Community Education Center, I believe, will be a great asset to the community for our children. We have a significant amount of kids who are getting involved in gang activity and just different mischief throughout the city of Philadelphia, as we know. So I do believe that it will be a great asset to our community. They have also partnered with us and came into our school to do certain things with our kids around social and emotional learning, which will also be trickled back into the golf course through the community center. So with the amount of violence that are going on in our city, I believe that that will be a great asset to the children and the families to gain resources and access to do other things. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Tiffany Green.
Good morning. State your name for the record. Please proceed with your testimony.
Hello. Oh, hi. Good morning. Hi. Hello.
Yeah, please proceed.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay. First of all, I want to, good morning, and I want to do quickly the fact that I want to say that for the legal defense for RCOs, I support it. It should have been set up a long time ago with RCOs back in 2012. But I want to move on to the Save Our Home tax bills, and that's what I want to talk about. I have a real concern. I feel that these tax bills are a Band-Aid that you're putting on to not address the real issue. You're still not wanting to address these market rate train machine that you have running that is moving forward in our neighborhoods. Okay, you're sitting up here, and these bills will be obsolete in 3 to 5 years from now. What I'm proposing is that there be a hearing, according to what we're finding out, what I was able to look into, which is there was a new system set up with a new calculator. Okay, it had to be part of the budget. How could you not put in a new system and not be part of the budget? And so therefore, why not have hearings? Who's programming the calculator for 31%? And then next year, 51% and 71%. Okay, so then by then the $80,000 would be obsolete. Okay, I'm saying we need to have a real common sense approach to this at this particular point. The reality of it is that what is the next generation? How are they going to reinvest back into the community? If you take Graduate Hospital area, and I'm going to suggest to everybody that during this summer, take a ride through Graduate Hospital area, not when O'Doon Day is there, but while away from O'Doon Day. You will see there's no real investment in Graduate Hospital area unless you're coming with a $400,000 to $500,000 price tag. The reality is at this particular point is that I'm saying that St. Charles Senior Citizen Center was sold to a developer, and now $1.7 million homes are being sold in that property. Why was St. Charles Senior Citizen Center sold? You need to deal with the I'm losing my train of thought. What I want to say is I don't appreciate the fact you wait to the last day and put 18 pages of bills, and then you want to limit our public speaking to 3 minutes. That's not right. It's about time management on your part. You should not take away our 3 minutes to have to say something. So I'll get my message out another way. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Thomas St. Hill.
Good morning. State your name for the record. Please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning.
Members of City Council, the public, and my fellow veterans. My name is Tommy St. Hill. I served in the United States Marine Corps for 4 years, 1969, 1972, including a 13-month combat tour in the Republic of South Vietnam as an S-2 intelligence scout sniper for 1st Battalion, 1st Marine Division. Let me say this. Councilwoman Gilmore is a friend of mine. She's an excellent public servant. I support her, but I strongly oppose this bill. This bill dilutes the rights of veterans who risk their lives defending this country. And I don't have anything against the councilwoman or any other person on this council, which I think is an excellent legislative body to help children, kids, and the public. But as a veteran, this bill is disrespectful to veterans and everybody who risk their lives so we can have the freedoms that we have now. Thank you all. God bless you, and God bless my fellow veterans. Have a nice day.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Thank you for your service.
Lawrence Martin, commenting on 220285.
Morning. State your name for the record. Please
City
proceed.
Council. Good morning, City Council.
Good morning. Please proceed.
My name is Lawrence Martin, and I've been a resident in West Philadelphia since 1956. And I am totally, wholeheartedly in support of 285, that number there, that bill, because I've had an opportunity to talk to that Cobbs Creek group, and what they're initiating, what they're putting together is so needed in our community. I've been an activist out there for a long time. I had an opportunity about a week and a half ago to be the commencement speaker to those eighth graders. We're talking about some eighth graders that don't have a lot of hope, who have buried 5 of their peers within a little more than a year. I don't know what that feels like, even though I come from these streets. When you're 12, 13, 14 years old and you bury some of your friends. So this initiative that they're putting together where the golf course, but what really has my heart is that educational facility, that self-esteem that these kids and children can come back to, and that mental part that they're going to have in that building, where it gave me the opportunity to close out the other day to let those children know when they go through life, when the bumps that they're going to exist, that's waiting there for them, when life that gives them a hand that they may not have chosen, to make their way back to this foundation that we're putting together right now. And we're putting together a project right now for these children that we can put them back on the right path. So again, I thank you for the opportunity to share, and we're going to win this. Thank you much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Kendra Jenkins, commenting on
Morning.
285.
Good morning. State your name for the record and please proceed.
Hi, good morning to our esteemed council members and all of those who are listening in. My name is Kendra Jenkins, and I'm a proud Philadelphian residing in the Winfield neighborhood of West Philly now. And I am calling in support of bill number 220285, and I want to show my immense excitement for what is happening. It could be happening at the Cobbs Creek Golf Course, and what that means for our community, my community in particular. This project is about 3 things. It's about restoration. It's about building a legacy for our students, our kids, and our residents. And it's about making this long neglected area much safer. And all of these goals are worthy of the investment by the city. For me, this is deeply personal. My grandmother purchased a home on Cobbs Creek Parkway many, many years ago. My father was raised in this neighborhood and committed his life to coaching students, just like him in the district. My sister taught for 20 years at Anderson, and even my partner has committed his life as a coach to supporting and encouraging non-traditional sports, in particular for our Black and brown children in that area, while supporting their emotional, physical, and social development. And for me personally, as an employee of the School District of Philadelphia and working in SEL, it is imperative that our children, especially in the wake of the multiple pandemics that are occurring in our city, right, have an opportunity to feel this investment, to feel you as our elected leaders, that they care, that you care about their overall development. So this site's new community education center will offer that athletic and academic opportunities for our local children who currently aren't able to access at this course. That would also be fulfilling a dream of my late father, known as Coach Jenkins. So students would attend a safe, state-of-the-art educational facility that promotes self-esteem and positive racial identity while empowering our students with the social, emotional, and academic support they need, as well as the current residents, right, for providing that economic prosperity. So I see this as an extension of the greatness that our wonderful city already has to offer. So I implore you to invest now for our children, for our neighborhood that has been overlooked, for our residents, for our economic growth, towards our prosperity of Philadelphians, because we deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Ari Meritizan.
Good morning. State your name for the record and please proceed. Are you connected?
Ari Meritazan.
Go ahead, Mr. Jeff. Next
Carol
speaker.
Allen.
Good morning. State your name for the record. Please proceed.
Good morning. This is Carol Allen. I would like to say good morning to everyone in the City Council. I'm speaking for Bill 220285. I live in Overbrook Park, facing the golf course between the 10th and 11th hole, it used to be. I've been living here for 25 years. I'm very active in the community. I'm a retiree from Verizon. When I did that, I went to the school system and taught from 02 to 14. Then I went to Please Touch Museum and taught the kids at Please Touch Museum until the pandemic. I support this very significant regeneration of Cobbs Creek Golf Course. Is very much needed. I've seen it go down, and I'm glad it's going to be brought back up. I really love the community center because I'm all in it for the kids. I really appreciate you wanting to help the youth because they need it more than ever. They need to feel responsible. They need self-esteem. They need everything that we can offer them. I said, and also, I love the fact that you're going to bring a lot of jobs to here. And I would love to be one of them employees or part-time and help because I'm helping in every way I can. And most of all, I really like that you're restoring history. That is very important, and that's something also for our children to know. So I thank you very much. God bless you all, and keep up the good work.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Asmaret Easley, commenting on 220285.
Good afternoon. State your name for the record. Please proceed.
Good morning. My name is Esmeda Easley. I'm a proud native of Philadelphia, which encouraged me to aim to be where I am today. One of the proud principals of Overbrook Educational Center, also known as OEC, here in the school district of Philadelphia in Overbrook. Shout out to Courage Jones. We are a K-8 school who serves 1/3 of visually impaired students in our district. We can walk across the street, and we're on the grounds of the Cobbs Creek Golf Course land. I thank you, President Clark, and members of the City Council. I want to start off with a quote. Every generation leaves behind a legacy. What that legacy will be is determined by the people of that generation. What legacy do you want to leave behind? From the late, great John Lewis. I think automatically of the history of that golf course. That was a part of a National Black Hall of Fame. Black players and women were able to play in 1916. That's the history we teach our students. When we're talking about equity and what's going on in the world today, this matters. So think about that legacy of inclusion, which we're big on here at OEC. Already, Impact Center has already built relationships with our staff and students and families. They've been present and visible. They've expressed the goals of what they want to see in that golf course, along with our students want to see. At the end of the year, I recall one of my third graders asking and noticing contractors and backhoes on the land across the street. And he said to me, "Are we getting something new across the street, Mrs. Easley?" I shared, "That is our hope." He smiled and said, "Can we do it?" It's important for children to see that investments in their neighborhood are important for them. It's important perspective, my students will vision their own eyes that their community is worth investment. And then they feel worthy. And then they want to give back in the community. And then that leads to current employment, thinking about people in the community that can work in these environments on the golf course. New and modern technology that the current generation can help support and have somewhere to go, a safe haven. We can all sit and talk about the violence in Philadelphia. It's ongoing. And my students right now, I worry about them in the summer. They call, I'm bored. So right now, I'm in full support of that, and I know my time is running out. Please come visit us, and please give us a place for our students to have as a safe haven.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
The next speaker is Bonita Cummings, commenting on 220286, 220110, and 220604.
Good afternoon.
Good day. Good day, Council President Clark and council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Resolution number 220604, Habitat for Humanity is returning equity to the 32nd and 33rd in Oxford and 1500 block of 33rd Street area through affordable homeownership. Bill number 220286, however, the program's budgets and projects of some of the presenters this year are not in step with the needs of your overall district and constituency. In the words of James A. Garfield, he who controls the money supply of the nation controls the nation or city, state, etc. Many grassroots organizations have not learned how to bring their community budget needs to this body, and therefore, as demonstrated in this budget, the neighborhood money supply continues to be controlled by the same people. Therefore, nothing has changed, and we, the Black and brown communities, will struggle another year until budget time comes again. The housing and demolition programs through the budget intended to benefit communities are removing the inheritance wealth from Black and brown communities in such a rapid rate that they will never recover the poverty created for them into many generations, not to mention unique church structures that are being torn down. Using eminent domain requires payment of inheritance tax, so if you received a few $1,000 offer for your family property after the inheritance tax process, you may have another debt due to preparation of forms, hiring professionals to complete inheritance tax forms, etc. It is hard to have a conversation in sound bites when the Black and brown communities do not access council members the same as others in some cases. So as you move forward with your budget, you consider to pause and reset as Project Home, Parks and Rec, Mirror Arts, Pennsylvania Horticulture Society, PHS, Rebuild, Discovery Center, DBHID as Zoning and Planning Commission, License and Inspection, and more, who all testify during this budget season are not servicing our communities with what we need now and going forward. In many cases, we are not on their real boards, are not in any community advisory capacities of these organizations, and only considered when we complain, and then they set up quick steering committees or send their bullies. There are many atrocities I can state, like failure to have legal funds as RCOs having to drain our own resources representing in Black and brown communities, and the demolition with the overzealous conduct of the Department of Licenses and Inspections has increased debt of the Black and brown communities with demolition liens on land and families that never recover from debt and promote violence, and that we will continue to experience. We are willing to have the much needed continued discussion, and hopefully you will follow up so we can get real accountability. So thank you for allowing me to have a voice today.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Mr. President, with your permission, one final time, we'll return to Ari Meritazan.
Okay.
200006.
Great. Thank you so much for the return call. I'm in Washington, D.C. at the Black Veterans Black Veterans Empowerment Council National Convening. And I had the opportunity to talk with Marty Walsh, Secretary of the United States Department of Labor. And I raised a question around this issue of the reduction of 10-point preference to 5-point preference by giving it to vocational school students. And guess what he told me he'll do? He's going to give a call to Mayor Kinney on this question because it's asinine, it's ridiculous, it's contrary to anything of democracy and so-called Americanism. How can the city council, under the leadership of, the city council can do this under the leadership of Darrell Clark. Darrell Clark must go. He's never been a friend for veterans. And how could he allow this real spill to go down under the disguise of helping vocational students? Philadelphia, don't go for it. You don't have to be a veteran to understand this. The veterans' preference is a federally mandated preference. It's a property right. The city council feels they have no standing or power to take our rights from us or take our property from us. And I'm still representing Port Man Soldier Heart Ministry, and the city council, Darrell Clark, knows that I will be on this issue. I'm going to join shoulder to shoulder, boot to boot, with City Councilman David O. and others who support to get rid of this asinine bills being proposed to defile the status of veterans' preference. It's ridiculous. And President Darrell Clark, you should be ashamed of yourself. And all those of you who run your bills through Darrell Clark and get approved, or even submit bills for Darrell Clark, you need to stop it. Especially the one who have a co-sponsor that said you need to stop it right now. I'm in Washington, D.C. I'm at the National Veterans Council, and have just talked to Marty Walsh, Secretary of the United States Department of Labor. And he will be giving Mayor Kinney a call. That's out of his own words, out of his own mouth. Thank you very much as I go back to the conference and give them an idea of really what's happening in Philadelphia. Bye now.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it.
The next speaker is Stanley Shapiro, commenting on 220286.
Good morning. Good
Earl,
afternoon.
good afternoon. My name is Stanley Shapiro, and I'm testifying as Vice Chair of Philly Neighborhood Networks. In a city reeking of violence due to insufficient programs for youth and with so many other unfulfilled needs, it is appalling that council, with just a few no votes, is choosing, as it has almost every year since 1996, to cut taxes for big business and the rich. As to the BERT, the cuts will help some small businesses, but as we know, the first $100,000 of receipts is already exempted from taxation, and thousands of moms and pops will get little or no benefit. As to the wage tax cut, a family with the city's median income of $49,000 would get a weekly cut of $4.69, less than the cost of a gallon of gas. Meanwhile, if you're a high roller with a salary of 100 times the median, you would get a windfall of almost $470 a week, more than enough to top off a couple of Rolls Royces. Of course, by definition, half the city would get less than $469 a week, and all too many who are out of the wage economy would get nothing at all. Equally disturbing is council's failure to fund the Philadelphia Public Financing Authority, the precursor to a Philadelphia Public Bank. This council passed Bill 210-956A, authorizing the creation of the authority by a 15-to-1 vote, and the mayor allowed it to become law. Yet it has now become a wholly unfunded mandate. Why would you all vote to bring the authority into existence and then leave it blowing in the wind? That is a mystery. As you know, the authority and the bank to follow will create programs to lift the exact group of people who least benefit from the tax cuts you were slated to pass today, businesses owned by Black and brown families throughout the city who cannot get the financing they need to grow and prosper. It would also finance co-ops, businesses which by their nature cannot pack up and leave the city, desperately needed low-income housing ventures, and renewable energy infrastructure. It would be the people's authority, and I assume that's why you voted to bring it into existence. It is not too late to do the right thing and appropriate the $3 million that the authority needs to start up. Council will be considering transfer bills soon after reconvening in September, and it should search every nook and cranny of this year's budget to find the money needed. Otherwise, the council vote to create this game-changing institution will be revealed to be nothing more than an empty gesture. We sincerely hope and trust that won't be the case. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony.
The next speaker is Peter Winslow, commenting on 220286.
Good afternoon. State your name for the record. Please proceed.
My name is Peter Winslow. I'm a Philadelphia resident. Thank you, President Clark and members of the City Council, for this opportunity to offer public comment concerning ordinance number 220286, adoption of the fiscal year 2023 city budget and related matters. We appreciate enactment of Bill number 210956, effective March 17, 2022, to establish the Philadelphia Public Financial Authority. We're particularly grateful to Councilmember Green for crafting and guiding this visionary legislation. To implement the legislation, 4 actions are required. Appoint a board of directors. Incorporate the authority. Appropriate startup funds. Provide capitalization. Since enactment of Bill number 210956, the seasons have progressed past the vernal equinox through the summer solstice. The administration is now preparing to begin a new fiscal year. The council is now preparing to recess, yet the city has declined to take any of the actions needed to establish the financial authority. Delay is inauspicious. Skeptics doubt the city's good faith. Cynics suspect sabotage. On the plains of hesitation reached the bones of countless millions who at the dawn of victory lay down to rest and in resting died. The spirit of the financial authority will not die because of the city's hesitation. The people of Philadelphia will not rest at the dawn of victory. A movement is rising to democratize money. Philadelphia is in the vanguard. Qualified board candidates have stepped forward. We, the people, are ready and waiting for our financial authority. The financial authority will be the best investment for the future of Philadelphia since William Penn invested his inheritance here in 1682. The city should expedite, not delay, the establishment of the Philadelphia Public Financial Authority. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it.
The next speaker is Michael Hume, commenting on 220414.
Good afternoon. State your record. Please proceed.
My name is Michael Heaney, and I am commenting on Bill 220414, Philly Tree Fund and Landscaping Update Bill. I've been a volunteer for 7 years with Pennsylvania Horticultural Society's Tree Tender Program. We plant street trees in Philadelphia neighborhoods every spring and fall. I commend City Council for addressing Philadelphia's declining tree canopy, but I object to this bill's carve-out for residential development with greater than 51% affordable housing. Philadelphia should not have to trade off tree canopy for affordable housing. Smart development can yield both. This bill cannot include counterproductive exceptions like this, or we will continue to lose tree canopy. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thanks for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Casey Kuklick, commenting on 220414.
Hi, thank you, Council President and members of Council. My name is Casey Cook. I'm the Chief of Staff at the Pennsylvania Horticultural Society. I'm calling today to offer our support for Bill number 220414, which makes changes to the zoning code to better protect and grow tree canopy in our city. This bill constitutes a first and very important step toward implementation of the upcoming Philly Tree Plan, which will restore tree canopy across the city with a focus on achieving equity across neighborhoods. Further, as you all know, PHS believes strongly in the power of trees, gardens, and other green spaces to address some of our most pressing challenges around public safety and quality of life. We see these as basic necessities, not nice-to-have amenities in neighborhoods, and we advance them hand in hand with community members and volunteers. More than putting trees in the ground, this bill and your continued support for community-based greening solutions is critical to realizing a healthier, more equitable, and more livable city. So we thank you for supporting it. We thank you for your support of PHS, and thank you especially to Councilmember Gilmore Richardson for her leadership on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Linda Bell, commenting on 220417.
Good afternoon. State your name for the record, please. Proceed.
Linda Bell, commenting on 220417.
Ms. Bell, are you connected?
Linda Bell is not connected, Council President.
Mr. Bell? Okay.
Madeline Shakumba, commenting on 220523.
Good afternoon. State your name for the record and please proceed.
The next speaker is Madeline Shakumba.
Are you connected? Ms. Shakumba?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you
Can
now.
you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh,
Please
okay.
state your name for the record and please proceed.
My name is Madeline Shakumba. I'm president of North Washington Avenue Coalition. I'm here to speak to you on Bill 220523. I'm asking the City Council not to pass this bill. It will not save lives. It will result in higher deaths and accidents. I'm talking about the road diet proposed for Washington Avenue. This is an ill-conceived design will replicate the failure of similar design on 11th Street from Reed to Bramley Street, where we now see drivers frequently swerving into opposing traffic to avoid parked trucks. Even cyclists complain about the blind spots as they attempt to turn from behind a row of cars. Washington Avenue is an arterial, a thoroughfare. It is the only 5-lane street in South Philadelphia. It connects residents, businesses, and emergency responders to two major things.
On numerous occasions, Washington Avenue has been the only means of escape for thousands of residents living in around the PES refinery, which is now shut down and rebranded as the Bellwether District, located on the floodplain. This floodplain will have a tendency to flood with this change and its climate change. We are asking that you not jeopardize the lives of the people living in South and Southwest Philadelphia for this road die, which will reduce the traffic and not allow people to evacuate. This is an evacuation road, an emergency road, and people have to be getting out of danger quick, fast, and in a hurry when things happen. We feel that this is being done because, as we are concerned, this is environmental racism. These people live around a floodplain and a floodplain and also a refinery. Okay, we need to have the refinery has toxic waste and need to be remediated. We ask you not to do this. Do not jeopardize these people's lives for Otis to have a redesign for a few people, the Bicycle Coalition and the rest of them, and the gentrification of our area. Please do not allow this to happen. We need Washington Avenue to remain an effective evacuation route, and at no time should it be destroyed just to please a few people who and developers who are trying to make more money off of Washington Avenue.
Thank you.
So please do not pass bill number 220523. You're causing people to lose their lives. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it.
The next speaker is the Honorable Reverend Dr. W. Wilson Good, Sr.
Good morning. State your name for the record. Please proceed with your testimony.
W. Wilson Good, Sr. I'm here in support of Southwest Leadership Academy Charter School. Just a brief story. I moved to Philadelphia in 1954 in Southwest Philadelphia. Went to John Bartram High School and was told that I should be placed in the industrial arts course, not the academic course. I fought hard, got out of the industrial art course and got into the academic course. When I graduated, my high school counselor again told me not to think about college, but I should go to find myself a job in a factory. I listened to her for a short time and went to work in the American Tobacco Company factory. And after that experience, and then my church sent me off to Morgan State University. I just want to say that I made a pledge at that time, my wife and I, to always fight for quality education. So in 2006, I had the opportunity to have found a charter school called the Southwest Leadership Academy Charter School to try and build leaders in Southwest Philadelphia. That school has evolved over the past 16 years into a school that provides quality education with an outstanding board of directors. And I can say I've served on more than 100 board of directors in my lifetime, and I don't know a more devoted group of people than that board. The purpose of my advocating is that tonight the school district may very well revoke the charter of that school, which I think would be a huge mistake for three reasons. Number one, I believe that the charter school is the best educational opportunity for elementary students in Southwest Philadelphia. And number two, it is definitely a educational opportunity for African immigrants. More than 80% of the students from in the school actually come from Southwest. 80% of the students in Southwest come children of African immigrants. I get it right in a minute. Just wanted to say that I'm trying to get within my 2 minutes. Just want to say that I believe that a review of the achievements of the school, the achievement of the students from that school will demonstrate to anyone who wants to review it that Southwest Leadership Academy Charter School has been a blessing to the students in Southwest Philadelphia. And every single year, there's always a long waiting list, more students on the waiting list than we can take into the school. Thank you so much for this time. I appreciate it. And I'm still fighting for students in Southwest Philadelphia who gave me a chance. And I want to just close by saying that the interesting thing, I went to work in that tobacco factory. And in 1983, I was elected mayor a half block away from where that factory stood. And I had a chance while I lived out there to look at that factory and thought about what I could have been had it not been for someone intervening in my life. And I'm just so glad I have an opportunity to intervene in the lives of all those young people, especially those who have African roots, to be a part of the Southwest Leadership Academy Charter School. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
I
Mayor.
appreciate the time.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it.
The next speaker is Linda Bell, commenting on 220417.
Good afternoon. I'll state your name for the record. Please proceed with your testimony.
Hi, my name is Linda Bell. I'm a member of the Citywide RCO Coalition, and I am voting in favor of Bill number 220417. It is a long time since, and I appreciate the City Council people who are supporting us in the RCO coalitions all over the city, because we fight hard representing our neighbors. And this is a bill that will support us in making an equitable representation in the ZBA hearings and appeals, because as you have seen with the density movement, it has targeted predominantly oppressed and underserved neighborhoods, and they don't have the finances to fight this this unjust density that is being inflicted on our community. So I'm just supporting that bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it.
The next speaker is Lee Parnell, commenting on 220544 and 220545.
Good afternoon. State your name for the record. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Lee Purnell. I'm the Chief Academic Officer and Principal of Southwest Leadership Academy Charter School, which is located in the Pascalville neighborhood in Southwest Philadelphia. I would like to thank you, President Clark, and the members of Council for the opportunity to testify regarding today's nominations to the school board. It is essential that we consider the needs of all of the school students in the city of Philadelphia when making decisions about school board nominees. The school board in Philadelphia has an extraordinary amount of control over the outcomes and future of all of our students. This responsibility requires a board with ideological balance. Southwest Leadership Academy is a public charter school. We serve over 700 students, 79% of whom live in the 19142, 19143, and 19153 zip codes. In the 21-22 school year, 79% of our students qualified for free and reduced lunch. 85% of our students are first or second generation African and Caribbean immigrants, and 18 languages are spoken in the homes of our students. We are working to build a school community that is physically, intellectually, and emotionally safe, trauma-informed, and culturally competent in order to meet the needs of every child that walks through our doors. This afternoon, we will be before the school board for consideration of renewal of our charter so that we can continue the work that we have done with and for the children and families of Southwest Philadelphia since 2006. Southwest Leadership was recently recognized as a Beating the Odds school in a longitudinal study authorized by Elevate 215, formerly known as Philadelphia School Partnership. Despite the rating given to our school by the Charter Schools Office, the longitudinal study found that our students learned 20.4% more in each grade than comparable students using a nationwide data set. At Southwest Leadership, we take a strengths-based approach when working with our students and providing support for families. We ask that the Board of Education would do the same in evaluating all schools, including charter schools. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it.
The next speaker is David Brigham, commenting on 220599.
Good afternoon. State your name for the record and please proceed.
Mr. Brigham is not connected, Mr. President.
Thank you. Next name.
The next speaker is Corinne O'Connell, commenting on 220604.
Good afternoon.
Good morning,
State your name
Council.
for the record.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Council President and Council. My name is Corinne O'Connell. I'm the CEO of Habitat for Humanity Philadelphia, and I'm offering testimony this afternoon with regards to our next development at 33rd and Oxford. So, Habitat Philadelphia, we will develop 21 units at Coltrane Commons, which has been aptly named by the residents there in Strawberry Mansion. These units will be owner-occupied, and it is a pathway to build generational wealth for 21 local families. The plan calls for a mix of single, duplex, and triplex units so that we can accommodate more family types. And it's important for Council to understand that we are the only local developer that builds ownership units for families below 80% of AMI. The majority of Habitat homeowners are Black and brown families, and these families shoulder the brunt of the effects of redlining and structural racism. So working alongside these families has a direct impact in building generational wealth and closing the racial wealth gap. In addition, we've worked alongside and continue to commit to working alongside the Strawberry Mansion community. We understand that there will be an impact in these homes and with these residents joining this established community. With that in mind, we have worked very, very intentionally alongside neighbors so that the design of these new homes matches as best we possibly can the fabric of Strawberry Mansion. The design meets all of the historic overlay that is there in Strawberry Mansion. And again, where feasible, we've worked alongside resident groups to incorporate colors and ornamentation and materials to match the character of the existing fabric in Strawberry Mansion. It is important to Habitat that all families in these units have access to their own outside space. So we've been deliberate in creating balconies and space that there is, outside fresh air space for families. In closing, as I have mentioned, the project has been named Coltrane Commons and honors the historic legacy and was voted and approved on by neighbors. Habitat is ready to build these 21 units. So with today's second public read, we're excited. We're ready to close with the PRA and to get building at Coltrane Commons. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Next speaker is Marcia Reese, commenting on 220604.
Good afternoon. Please proceed with your testimony.
Marcia Reese, commenting on 220604.
Hi, here.
Yes, just state your name for the record. Proceed. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marcia Reese. I am a future Habitat owner for Habitat for Humanity. I first heard about Habitat a couple years ago, but I could never, I always pass the close date to apply. So I finally got in, and while I'm in there, I learned so much what Habitat does for the community, along with the resource. This Habitat home with me would mean that I would not have to I could be able to actually work and be able to afford my home and for my child. And what it means for my child is she wants to design her room, and when we live in income-based house where we rent, you cannot do anything with the property. You can't draw, you can't do anything, and it's income-based. So if I can get into the Habitat home, I can make money and provide for my family. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Ken Penn Developer, commenting on 220611.
Good afternoon. State your name for the record. Please proceed.
Thank you, President Clark.
I'm here to testify in support of bill number 220611. My name is Ken Penn. I'm the president of Benchmark Real Estate Partners. I am on the phone along with Mr. Al Hicks, president of the Hawthorne Empowerment Coalition, the community RCL. As developer, along with the Hawthorne community, we are excited to provide new market rate housing integrated with 30% of affordable housing, all located on site. This development, named The Parker, after the late Kevon Parker of Miss Tootsie's Restaurant, is named after an African-American entrepreneur that has contributed much to the Hawthorne community and its residents. The naming of this development is one of many ways to remember and continue Kevon Parker's legacy for our youth. We are excited to build with the support of the community and the RCL to provide housing and necessary affordable housing at 60% AMI in one of the most desirable and amenity-rich communities in Philadelphia. We thank the Hawthorne community, Councilmember Kenyatta Johnson, in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The next speaker is Ashray Var, commenting on 210284 and 220410. Ashray Var, please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Yes, hi, thank you. My name is Ashray Var, and I am a business owner in Philadelphia, and I'm commenting on bill number 220410 and 210284. First of all, I would just like to say thank you to the city council members who voted to move forward on this bill. I would like to urge you to please vote yes to the wage and BERT tax reductions today. And as a business owner, I work really hard with the goal of growing my business. And then when the business grows, we're able to hire and create income for others. No one hires just to hire. We hire because we need help. And so the more that we grow, the more, help we're going to need. And then the more income we're going to create for others. So it just makes, a lot of sense for us to invest in this kind of growth. These taxes have been the greatest barrier for my business to grow in the city. So reducing the taxes on businesses, is the primary action the city could enact to help us grow and hire. We really appreciate all your support for us and our workers and our families. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it.
The next speaker is Kine Zal, commenting on 210284 and 220410.
Good afternoon, Council President Clark and honorable members of the City Council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to provide this testimony today. My name is Kine Zal. I am President and CEO of the Asian American Chamber of Commerce of Greater Philadelphia. We represent more than 13,000 AAPI-owned businesses here in Philadelphia. Our chamber is also a partner of Diverse Chambers Coalition of Greater Philadelphia that consists of Hispanic Chamber, African American Chamber, and Independence Business Alliance, also known as the LGBTQ+ Chamber. We joined the Inclusive Growth Coalition with the main purpose of elevating the reduction of business income tax and business receipts tax, known as the BERT tax, in this ongoing budget conversations, because for the small Black, Brown, Asian, and diverse businesses we represent, BERT tax is a major burden. Nearly 90% of the respondents in our recent survey indicated that reducing it would have highly positive impact on their businesses. In 2019 alone, Asian American households paid more than $167.9 billion in federal income taxes and almost $72.5 billion in state and local taxes. That being said, the pandemic and surging inflation and violence have posed so many challenges for our businesses. The revenue in Philadelphia's Chinatown fell 40% the year after pandemic lockdowns and COVID regulations took place, leaving businesses with limited English ability struggling. I cannot stress enough how crucial it is to invest in our businesses for our city at this very moment. Philadelphia has the highest poverty rate because we have the slowest job growth, the lowest density of businesses, and the least opportunity compared to our peer cities and our suburbs. And yet we love the city, and that's why you keep seeing hardworking, multilingual immigrant families establishing residence and bringing their talents here. Council members, our community members believe that being a part of the workforce and entrepreneurship is rewarding. It creates stability and opportunities that empower our future generations. When people have jobs that they love, they have higher degree of integrity that lead to keeping their neighborhoods cleaner, safer, and more prosperous. As the diverse chambers of commerce, we are pleased to see that Philadelphia City Council voted to move forward with tax relief for Philadelphia businesses as part of the coming year's fiscal budget. Our diverse community offers an incredibly dynamic workforce and multicultural talents that are integral to the city's socio-economic development. Helping these businesses and families thrive together will not only incentivize them to stay and grow in the city, but also attract other businesses to come invest in Philadelphia, especially now as we prepare to host FIFA World Cup in 2026. Thanking you in advance to all the council members who are voting yes to the amended Bill 220410 and Bill 210284, the wage and birth tax reform bills. We truly appreciate your leadership and support and hope you all stay safe and have a wonderful day.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it.
The next speaker is Teresa Lundy, commenting on 210284 and 220410.
Good afternoon. State your name for the record and please proceed. Right.
Teresa Lundy, commenting on 210284.
Lundy, are you connected?
Yes, I'm here.
There you go. All right, this states your name for the record and please proceed.
Good morning, members of City Council, residents of the City of Philadelphia, and the small business community. My name is Teresa Lundy, principal and founder of TML Communications, an award-winning public relations firm based in Philadelphia. I'm a member of the Greater Philadelphia Chamber of Commerce and the African American Chamber of Commerce. In addition, I am a business columnist for Metro Philadelphia. As a leader in the business community for the past 7 years, I am in support of Bill number 220410, entitled Wage and Net Profit Tax, that will lower business and wage taxes. Members of City Council, moving this bill forward allows small businesses to make their mark on the City of Philadelphia and across the region with additional resources to hire, retain, and train employees. Job creation is one of the key backbones of the region's economy. Small businesses have the desire to grow and the willingness to make additional investments in talent and company infrastructure. A vote for Bill number 220410 is a vote for small businesses and every Philadelphian who will receive the benefit of the wage and business tax reduction. This is only the first step. Lastly, I would like to thank Councilman Isaiah Thomas, Councilman Alan Dom, and Councilman Derek Green for standing with the Greater Philadelphia Chamber of Commerce and the Inclusive Growth Coalition at the Give Philly a Raise rally on June 1st. And I'd also like to thank the rest of the council members who will be voting yes to move this bill forward. Thank you for your consideration. I yield the floor.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it.
The next speaker is Regina Hairston, commenting on 210284.
Good afternoon.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Council President Clark and members of the Philadelphia City Council. My name is Regina Hairston, President and CEO of the African American Chamber of Commerce of Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware, where we have championed Black business ownership and represented the voice of business owners for 30 years. I am here to provide comment and support of Bills 210284 and 220410, wage and birth revisions. The AACC, in collaboration with the Diverse Chambers Coalition Philadelphia and the Inclusive Growth Coalition, for months have advocated for relief measures to preserve small businesses and jobs here in the city of Philadelphia. These bills are a significant step in the right direction of answering those calls, and I thank City Council members who support these equitable recovery and growth measures. I thank you for your leadership and commitment to ensuring that businesses of all sizes and in all neighborhoods have the ability to stay open, grow, and hire. As we know, Black and Brown-owned businesses in particular were devastated by the negative economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic with an attrition rate of 44%. We also know that Black business ownership lagged that of other major cities prior to the pandemic. As the second largest city for a majority diverse population, including 42.2% African American, we should be leading the nation in Black business ownership. Yet we have the lowest Black owned business per capita rate of any major U.S. city at 1.8 Black owned businesses per every 1,000 Black residents. Small businesses provide 30% of the jobs in Philadelphia. Small business owners invest in the communities in which they are in. Small business owners are our neighbors. Many are civic leaders and mentors. And with the BERT and wage tax reduction, as the collective members of the diverse chamber stated through a survey issued that their biggest barrier to doing business in Philadelphia was the BERT, you, City Council, will signal that Philadelphia values their contribution to the economy and fabric of Philadelphia and will allow businesses to reinvest their savings in their businesses. That as a city, we can invest in small businesses and job growth and support all the significant needs of this world-class city. Today, I am proud to say I look forward to continuing to work with this body and administration on advancing strategic investments to support the growth of our economy and the ability for our diverse businesses to grow and thrive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Sue Jacobson, commenting on 210284.
Good afternoon. State your name for the record. Please proceed.
Mrs. Sue Jacobson is not connected, Council President.
Okay.
Ms. Jacobson was the final speaker, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Decker. That concludes our public comment session. We will now consider today's resolution consent agenda. I'll ask Mr. Decker to please read the titles of all the resolutions on the consent agenda, and after each title is read, any member may object to the inclusion of the resolution on the resolution consent agenda. Upon such an objection, without debate, the resolution will be immediately removed from the resolution consent agenda and placed on today's regular final passage calendar. Mr. Decker, please read the titles of the resolutions on the resolution consent agenda.
Resolution number 220603, entitled a resolution authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property to execute and deliver to the Philadelphia Redevelopment Authority deeds conveying fee simple title to certain city-owned lots and pieces of ground with the buildings and improvements thereon situated in the 5th Councilmanic District. And resolution number 220604, entitled a resolution approving the redevelopment contract of the Philadelphia Redevelopment Authority for the redevelopment and urban renewal of a portion of the model city's urban renewal area identified by house numbers and street addresses as 1535, 1601, 1603, 1605, and 1607 North 33rd Street, 3201 through 3207, 3216, and 3225 through 3231 West Oxford Street. And resolution number 220605, entitled the resolution adding the Honorable Congressman Dwight Evans to the street signs on 7100 Ogons Avenue in honor of his decades of service to the people of Philadelphia. And resolution number 220606, entitled a resolution calling on the city of Philadelphia to establish a committee to plan and host athletic events for historically Black colleges and universities in Philadelphia, with the goal of establishing an annual Philadelphia-based HBCU Classic. And resolution number 220607, entitled a resolution adding Thurgood M. Matthews, Esquire, to the street signs on the 1000 block of Chelton Avenue, in honor of his fierce advocacy on behalf of his clients, leadership in the courtroom, investment in his local community, and service to the people of Philadelphia. And resolution number 220608, entitled a resolution honoring Philadelphia playwright, actor, director, and educator James Imes, whose play, Fat Ham, was named the 2022 Pulitzer Prize winner for Best Drama, and whose work has brought a brilliant, joyful, and poignant voice for Black and queer America to the stage. And resolution number 220609, entitled a resolution honoring and congratulating Champion of the Week, 9-year-old kidpreneur Aisel Greer, on being the youngest author in the city of Philadelphia, while promoting literacy in underserved Philadelphia communities. And resolution number 220610, Entitled a resolution also naming the 3900 block of Ford Road as Herb Douglas Way in honor of Herb Douglas, the oldest living American Olympic medalist, for his many life achievements on and off the track. And resolution number 220611, entitled a resolution approving the redevelopment contract and the ground lease agreement of the Philadelphia Redevelopment Authority for the redevelopment and urban renewal of a portion of the South Central urban renewal area identified by house number and street addresses 614 through 626 South 13th Street, including 1306 through 1310 Cater Street and 1309 through 1313 Bainbridge Street. And resolution number 220612, entitled a resolution authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property to execute and deliver to the Philadelphia Redevelopment Authority deeds conveying fee simple title to 2603 Wilder Street. And resolution number 220613, entitled a resolution approving the redevelopment contract of the Philadelphia Redevelopment Authority for the redevelopment and urban renewal of a portion of the Eastwick urban renewal area identified by house number and street address as 2604 Island Avenue. And resolution number 220614, entitled a resolution urging the Board of Revision of Taxes to adopt a policy of accepting all Nunc-pro-tunc property assessment appeals filed for tax year 2023 by January 2, 2023, due to the ongoing delay in mailing property reassessment notices. And resolution number 220615, entitled a resolution urging the United States Congress to pass legislation to effectuate the bipartisan agreement on gun violence prevention recently negotiated in the United States Senate. And resolution number 220617, entitled a resolution also naming the 2900 block of South Sydenham Street Theodore Scariato Sr. Way to honor the life and legacy of Theodore Scariato Sr. for serving the South Philadelphia community for over 70 years. And resolution number 220618, entitled a resolution also naming the 2100 block of South Earp Street Frank Tick Coleman Way to honor the life and legacy of Dr. Frank Tick Coleman for his contributions to South Philadelphia as an educator, athlete, community volunteer, and mentor to many youths in the city of Philadelphia. And resolution number 220619, entitled a resolution authorizing the Philadelphia Redevelopment Authority to execute and deliver to the Philadelphia Land Bank deeds conveying title to various properties located in the 3rd Councilmanic District, including on the following streets: Brandywine Street, Olive Street, Mellon Street, North Shedwick Street, Wallace Street, North 33rd Street, and North 35th Street. And resolution number 220620, entitled a resolution approving the redevelopment contract of the Philadelphia Redevelopment Authority for the redevelopment and urban renewal of a portion of the Mantua urban renewal area identified by house number and street address as 3618 Wallace Street. And resolution number 220621, entitled a resolution approving the 14th Amendment to the redevelopment agreement of the Philadelphia Redevelopment Authority for the redevelopment and urban renewal of a portion of the University City Unit Number 3, an urban renewal area identified as parcel number 13A and parcel number 13C, and authorizing the redevelopment authority to execute the 14th Amendment to the redevelopment agreement with the University City Science Center and to take such action as may be necessary to effectuate the 14th Amendment to the redevelopment agreement, all under certain terms and conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Decker. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker for a motion to adopt each of the resolutions on the resolution consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the adoption of each of the resolutions on the resolution consent agenda.
Thank you. It's been moved and properly second that each of the resolutions on the resolution consent agenda be adopted. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Ayes have it. And each of the resolutions on the resolution consent agenda has been adopted. We'll now consider today's bill consent agenda, and I will ask Mr. Decker to please read the titles of all of the bills on the consent agenda. After each title is read, any member may object to the inclusion of the bill on the consent agenda. For such an objection, without debate, this bill will be immediately removed from the consent agenda and placed on our regular final passage calendar. Mr. Decker, please read the titles of the bills on the consent agenda.
Bill number 210740A, entitled an ordinance amending Chapter 9-1000 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Trades and Chapter 9-3000 entitled Sheet Metal Technician to create a license requirement for mechanical system contractors and to modify licensing requirements applicable to sheet metal systems technicians. And bill number 220504A, entitled an ordinance amending Section 122700 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Permit Parking Districts by amending the boundaries for certain permit parking districts. And Bill number 220517A, entitled an ordinance authorizing the installation, ownership, and maintenance of various encroachments in the vicinity of 1 Convention Avenue. And Bill number 210478, entitled an ordinance establishing a parking regulation in the vicinity of Fraser Street and Spruce Street, Ludlow Street and South 58th Street, Udall Street and Larchwood Avenue, Reinhardt Street and South 47th Street, South 48th Street and Reinhardt Street, Bering Street and North 32nd Street, Brandywine Street and North 34th Street, Hamilton Street and North 35th Street, Haverford Avenue and North 32nd Street, Haverford Avenue and North 40th Street, Wallace Street and North 33rd Street, Mandela Way and North 46th Street, Mount Vernon Street and North 33rd Street, Preston Street and Bering Street, St. Malachi's Way and North 46th Street, Spring Garden Street and North 40th Street, North 31st Street and Hamilton Street, Sansom Street and South 49th Street, South 61st Street and Walnut Street, Irving Street and South 51st Street, Ruby Street and Market Street, Pine Street and South 46th Street, Mount Vernon Street and North 32nd Street, North 42nd Street and Bering Street, and State Street and Powelton Avenue. And Bill number 220110, entitled an ordinance amending Section A 303 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled Demolition and Relocation of Structures, to add additional requirements for the issuance of demolition permits for structures currently or previously used as religious facilities. And Bill number 220490, entitled an ordinance authorizing encroachments in the nature of a pedestrian underpass in the vicinity of 5700 through 30 City Avenue. And Bill number 220527, entitled an ordinance amending Section 9212 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled Newsstands, by adding provisions related to removal and relocation. And Bill number 220287, entitled an ordinance amending Section 10-1001 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled Fees of Commissioner of Records, to increase certain fees for the recording of deeds and mortgages and related documents. And Bill number 220288, entitled an ordinance amending Section 19-1403 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled Imposition of Tax, by creating the Philadelphia County Demolition Fund to increase and encourage economic development by demolishing blighted properties within the city, imposing a related fee for recorded documents and related items. And Bill number 220413, entitled an ordinance amending Section 19-1303 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled Discounts and Additions to Tax, by tolling additions, interest, and penalties on real estate tax when the assessed value of property is under appeal, and limiting tax payments due based on certain assessments under appeal. And Bill number 200118, entitled an ordinance amending Title 14 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled Zoning and Planning, by revising certain provisions of Chapter 14700, entitled Development Standards, by revising bulk and massing controls within CMX4 and CMX5 zoning districts. And Bill number 220323, entitled an ordinance amending Section 14513 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled TOD Transit-Oriented Development Overlay District, to designate additional transit-oriented development transit stations. And Bill number 220357, entitled an ordinance to approve amendments to the Temple University Master Plan in the area bounded by Montgomery Avenue, 13th Street, Pollitt Walk, and 12th Street, related to the new College of Health building at 1801 through 59 North 13th Street. And Bill number 220358, entitled an ordinance amending Title 14 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled Zoning and Planning, by amending certain provisions of Section 14503, NCA Neighborhood Commercial Area Overlay District, related to the Ridge Avenue NCA District. And Bill number 220363, entitled an ordinance amending the Philadelphia zoning maps by changing the zoning designations of certain areas of land located within an area bounded by South Street, the Schuylkill River, 34th Street, University Avenue, Civic Center Boulevard, and Health Sciences Drive, and to approve amendments to the University of Pennsylvania Master Plan in the area bounded by South Street, the Schuylkill River, 34th Street, University Avenue, Civic Center Boulevard, and Health Sciences Drive, related to the proposed Art Center building at 2910 South Street. And Bill number 220417, entitled an ordinance amending Title 14 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled Zoning and Planning, by revising Section 14303, subparagraph 11A, entitled Registered Community Organizations, by establishing a fund to be used by registered community organizations to obtain legal representation for hearings and appeals before the Zoning Board of Adjustments. And Bill number 220445, Entitled an ordinance to amend the Philadelphia zoning maps by changing the zoning designations of certain areas of land located within an area bounded by Cotman Avenue, Oxford Avenue, Tyson Avenue, Rising Sun Avenue, Glenview Street, Bingham Street, Kerper Street, Rising Sun Avenue, Unruh Avenue, Martins Mill Road, City Boundary, and Hasbrook Avenue. And bill number 220446, entitled an ordinance amending Title 14 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Zoning and Planning by revising certain provisions of Section 14520 entitled NDO 9th District Overlay District. And bill number 220450, entitled an ordinance to amend the Philadelphia zoning maps by changing the zoning designations of certain areas of land within an area bounded by Woodland Avenue, 49th Street, Grays Avenue, and 54th Street. And bill number 220451, entitled an ordinance to amend the Philadelphia zoning maps by changing the zoning designations of certain areas of land located within an area bounded by Arch Street, 50th Street, Pine Street, and 54th Street. And bill number 220452, entitled an ordinance amending section 14513 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled TOD Transit-Oriented Development Overlay District, to designate additional transit-oriented development transit stations. And bill number 220456, entitled an ordinance to amend the Philadelphia zoning maps by changing the zoning designations of certain areas of land located within an area bounded by Market Street Extended, the Delaware River, Dock Street Extended, and 2nd Street, in order to facilitate development of public open space extending above Christopher Columbus Boulevard and the Delaware Expressway. And bill number 220457, entitled an ordinance authorizing the Public Property Commissioner to execute all documents necessary and appropriate, including conveyances of easements, title, and other interests in city-owned real estate, new leases and amendments to existing leases, to facilitate and support the coordinated and comprehensive development of the Delaware River waterfront, Interstate 95, and Christopher Columbus Boulevard, formerly a portion of Delaware Avenue, in the area bounded by Market Street, Pemberton Street, Front Street, and the Delaware River bulkhead line. And bill number 220458. And bill number 220458, entitled an ordinance amending Title 14 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Zoning and Planning, to amend certain provisions of Chapter 14500 entitled Overlay Zoning Districts by amending the provisions of Section 14527 entitled SMH South Philadelphia Municipal Hub Overlay District. And bill number 220293, entitled an ordinance amending bill number 190412, entitled an ordinance approving city participation in the Commonwealth's Property Assessed Clean Energy Program, to modify the CPACE program in conformity with Commonwealth legislation and to make other conforming changes. And bill number 220506, entitled an ordinance authorizing and approving the execution and delivery of a service agreement between the City of Philadelphia and the Philadelphia Energy Authority, relating to the financing of the construction, equipping, and installation of an energy-efficient city street lighting system and related improvements, approving the issuance by such authority of bonds, notes, or other evidences of indebtedness in one or more series to finance or refinance such project, and authorizing and approving the obligation of the city to pay in full when due the service fee and other amounts payable under the service agreement. And bill number 220508, entitled an ordinance approving a substantial amendment to the Annual Action Plan 2021 through 2022 to add $42,007,561 in Home American Rescue Plan Home ARP funding. And bill number 220509, entitled an ordinance authorizing the Director of Planning and Development on behalf of the city to file applications with the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development for a community development block grant, to file applications to participate in the Home Investment Partnership Program and the Emergency Solutions Grant Program, and to apply for a Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS grant. And bill number 220510, entitled an ordinance authorizing the city treasurer on behalf of the city to enter into an amendment agreement with Citizens Bank of Pennsylvania for provision of payroll banking services to the city. And bill number 220511, entitled an ordinance approving the fiscal year 2023 capital budget, providing for expenditures for the capital purposes of the Philadelphia Gas Works, including the supplying of funds in connection therewith, subject to certain constraints and conditions. And bill number 220529, entitled an ordinance authorizing the Fire Commissioner and Revenue Commissioner on behalf of the city to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania Department of Human Services to enable the city to maintain and provide access to emergency medical services. And bill number 220496, entitled an ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property to grant Pico Energy Company an easement for the purpose of installing transmission lines across a portion of the parcel or parcels of land in the area bounded by 34th Street, Grace Ferry Avenue, and the Schuylkill River Pierhead line. And Bill number 220521, entitled an ordinance authorizing the Chief Information Officer for the City of Philadelphia to enter into a professional services agreement for up to 60 months in order to obtain hosting and managed services for the One Philly HR benefits payroll time and attendance system. And Bill number 220522, entitled an ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property on behalf of the city to convey to the Philadelphia Authority for Industrial Development all or a portion of certain parcels of land in and about the area bounded by Wharton, 12th, Reed, and 11th Streets for further conveyance, to enter into a sublease agreement with the Philadelphia Authority for Industrial Development for use by the City of Philadelphia of a premises located at 1357 South 12th Street. And Bill number 220524, entitled an ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property and Director of Commerce on behalf of the city to enter into a lease agreement with the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for property within the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania's Interstate 95 right-of-way between Spring Garden Street and Allegheny Avenue, as well as certain portions of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania's North Delaware Avenue right-of-way between Spring Garden Street and Allegheny Avenue, and certain portions of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania's Richmond Street right-of-way between Spring Garden and Allegheny Avenue, to be further subleased by the city to the Delaware River Waterfront Corporation. And Bill number 220525, entitled an ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Public Property on behalf of the city to convey to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania all or a portion of a parcel or parcels of land in and about the area bounded by Front Street, East Allen Street, Canal Street, and Laurel Street. And Bill number 210870, entitled an ordinance amending Chapter 10400 of the Philadelphia Code, Noise and Excessive Vibration, to establish a prohibition on loud noise emanating from a motor vehicle, and to add a section authorizing use of an automated system for determining violations of that prohibition. And Bill number 220321, entitled an ordinance amending Section 12701 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled Designation of Bicycle Lanes, to authorize a bicycle lane on Woodland Avenue from the Woodlands driveway to the VA Medical Center driveway. And Bill number 220459, entitled an ordinance authorizing the revision of lines and grades on a portion of City Plan number 284 by relocating the northwesterly house line and the curb lines of Hillcrest Avenue from its current intersection with Germantown Avenue to a point northeastwardly therefrom, thereby widening the said portion of Hillcrest Avenue and modifying its intersection with said Germantown Avenue. And Bill number 220493, entitled an ordinance amending subsection 11, leases and subleases of Section 17107 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled Contractors, Labor Management Relationships, to provide that any city airport operating agreement or regulations of the city concerning rates and charges for the use of airport gates and other facilities shall be deemed to incorporate the prevailing wage requirements applicable to city leases, covered airport service contracts, and covered airport service employees. And Bill number 220526, entitled an ordinance amending Chapter 92300 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled Protection of Displaced Contract Workers, to extend protections for displaced contract workers to airport service employees and parking workers employed through service contracts or subcontracts to perform work within the city of Philadelphia. And Bill number 220366, entitled an ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of the Department of Parks and Recreation on behalf of the city to execute a lease with CP 2023, a Pennsylvania nonprofit corporation, under which CP 2023 would design, construct, operate, maintain, and repair a museum building on the southerly side of Benjamin Franklin Parkway between the Vine Street Expressway, 21st Street and 22nd Street, to display works of the art by Alexander Calder and the Calder family of artists, all at no cost or expense to the city, and exempting the lease from the requirements of Philadelphia Code Chapter 15100 regarding parks and outdoor spaces. And Bill number 220294, entitled an ordinance amending Bill number 100163AA, entitled an ordinance authorizing the city of Philadelphia to organize an authority to be known as the Philadelphia Energy Authority, pursuant to the terms of the Municipality Authorities Act of 2001 as amended, to reaffirm the responsibilities and powers of the authority. And Bill number 220573, entitled an ordinance authorizing the Procurement Commissioner on behalf of the city to enter into an agreement with the Philadelphia Energy Authority to purchase electricity and certain attributes and benefits related to the generation of such electricity from a solar energy facility to be built and owned by Solaire USA P&E, located at Northeast Philadelphia Airport, for use at and in connection with city facilities. And Bill number 220574, entitled an ordinance amending Chapter 12-3000 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled Use of an Automated Red Light Enforcement System to Prevent Red Light Violations, by authorizing the installation of red light enforcement systems at the intersection of 20th and John F. Kennedy Boulevard. And Bill number 220575, entitled an ordinance amending Chapter 12-3000 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled Use of an Automated Red Light Enforcement System to Prevent Red Light Violations, by authorizing the installation of red light enforcement systems at the intersection of Kelly Drive and Eakins Oval. And Bill number 220577, entitled an ordinance amending Chapter 10300, entitled Minors, to revise the evening curfew hours, all under certain terms and conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Decker. Impressive. These bills haven't been read on 2 different days. The question for each bill now is, shall the bill pass finally? Mr. Decker, please call the roll, and upon being called, each council member shall vote aye on each of the bills, nay on each of the bills, or any other room. Which of those bills that the member is voting aye, and those bills for which the member is voting nay. Mr. Decker, call the roll.
Councilwoman Bass.
Aye on all bills.
Councilwoman Brooks.
Aye on all bills.
Councilman Dom.
Aye on all bills.
Councilman Driscoll.
Aye on all bills.
Councilwoman Gauthier.
Aye on all bills.
Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson.
Aye on all bills.
Councilman Green.
Aye on all bills.
Councilwoman Gim.
Aye on all bills.
Councilman Johnson.
Aye on all bills.
Councilman Jones.
Aye on all bills.
Councilman O.
Aye on all bills.
Councilman O'Neill.
Aye on all bills.
Councilwoman Parker.
Aye on all bills.
Councilwoman Quinones Sanchez.
Aye on all bills.
Councilman Squilla.
Aye on all bills.
Councilman Thomas.
Aye on all bills.
Council President Clark.
Aye on all bills. The majority of all members having voted in the affirmative for each of the bills. The bills on the consent agenda are passed. We will now consider the bills and resolutions on the regular second and final passage calendar. Mr. Decker, please read the title of resolution number 220197A.
A resolution proposing an amendment to the Philadelphia Home Rule Charter to create the Department of Aviation to transfer the functions of certain city agencies with respect to the operations of the city's airports to the newly created department and to provide for additional duties of the department.
Chair recognizes Councilman Johnson for a motion.
Thank you, Council President. I move for the adoption of the resolution.
Second.
Been moved and properly second. Because resolution number 220197A is an amendment to the Home Rule Charter. It requires 2/3 vote. Therefore, the question is, shall this resolution be adopted? Mr. Decker, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Bass.
Aye.
Councilwoman Brooks.
Aye.
Councilman Dom.
Aye.
Councilman Driscoll.
Aye.
Councilwoman Gauthier.
Aye.
Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson.
Aye.
Councilman Green.
Aye.
Councilwoman Gim.
Aye.
Councilman Johnson.
Aye.
Councilman Jones.
Aye.
Councilman O.
Aye.
Councilman O'Neill.
Aye.
Councilwoman Parker.
Aye.
Councilwoman Quinones Sanchez.
Aye.
Councilman Squilla.
Aye.
Councilman Thomas.
Aye.
Council President Clark.
Aye. 2/3 of all members of council having voted in the affirmative, resolution number 220-197A has been adopted. Mr. Decker, please read the title of resolution number 220-544.
A resolution confirming the appointment of Sarah Ashley Andrews to the Board of Education of the School District of Philadelphia.
Chair recognizes Councilwoman Fernanda Sanchez.
Thank you, Council President. On your behalf, I move for the adoption.
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the resolution be adopted. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Ayes have it. Resolution is adopted. Mr. Decker, please read the title of resolution number 220-545.
A resolution confirming the appointment of Chao Wing Lam to the Board of Education of the School District of Philadelphia.
Thank you. The chair again recognizes Councilwoman Fernanda Sanchez for a motion.
Thank you, Council President. Again, on your behalf, I move for its adoption.
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the resolution be adopted. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Ayes have it. Resolution is adopted. Mr. Decker, please read the title of resolution number 20040A and wait, Mr. Decker, I'm sorry.
A resolution proposing an amendment to the Philadelphia Home Rule Charter, providing for a preference in civil service examinations for any qualified graduate of a career technical education program in the School District of Philadelphia.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President, and thank you so much, Mr. President, and thank you. I just wanted to be clear. Somebody needs to mute.
Technology professionals, can we please?
Can everyone please put your cameras on mute, please?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to be clear for the record that I thank all veterans for their service to our great country, including my late father, James William Gilmore. I also want to be clear that I respect veterans, and I have tried to work with the veterans on this issue. I really greatly regret that this misinformation campaign got out of hand in this way. I have tried for 2 years, going through 900 positions, countless meetings to try to make this better. And I want to be clear, the veterans asked me to amend this bill to ensure that if a veteran and a CTE student are up for the same job, that the CTE student cannot use the point preference. Those were the amendments that were introduced and approved last week. I will repeat. The veterans that we met with asked me to amend the bill to ensure if a veteran and a CTE student are up for the same job, that the CTE student cannot use the point preference. And that amendment was approved last week. Also, veterans will still have their 10-point preference always. We would never take that away from veterans. Veterans would still have their 10-point preference. In fact, 133 veterans have used this preference to gain city employment in the last 5 years. Lastly, this would be a charter change and need to go before the voters for approval. Meaning a yes vote is just to get this question before the voters to approve or disapprove. And you do that so that no matter what administration is in office, we ensure that the CTE students will always receive the point preference. It's only 5 points. There are 8 other preferences in the city that's currently being used. And they are not 10 points, and this would not be 10 points. And I would never take anything away from veterans ever. I would never do that. And we cannot do that because the 10 points are awarded by state law. So I just wanted to say that for the record, Council President, prior to calling this bill up for a vote. I have done everything that you can do. I have had every meeting one could have. I have tried to reach out to every group that has contacted us. It's no more that you can do when philosophically someone is against an issue. And, everyone talks about providing opportunity for young people and wanting to give our young people in the city a chance. And this is our opportunity to do that when we are facing a retirement crisis and have a lot of vacancies. And again, I have tried everything I can do to ensure that correct information has gotten out to our veterans community. And as I stated last week, I do disavow how this process has evolved because I have not heard back from some folks that I've reached out to trying to help them ascertain clarity around this bill and around this issue. We have taken a lot of hard votes in this body, and I've been here in and around this body for a long time and have seen that. But I've done all that I can do on this issue. And I also see that Councilmember O would like to make a comment, but Councilmember O, you can also return my phone call. You can also reply back to the email, which you have not done. And I apologize, Council President, because I know that you don't like this, in the public, and I apologize. But Councilmember O has never returned my phone call, but he has shared the emails with the veterans community where he goes into a diatribe that is not true and related to this bill and does not respond back to me. And that is not behavior that should be allowed in this body because I'm not the first colleague he's done this to. And if we continue to allow this, I won't be the last. So I ask for your support of this resolution today and of these bills. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You get a second? Yeah. Make a motion.
I'd like to be heard on that before we take a vote, Council President.
Chair recognizes Councilman O.
Okay, thank you very much. There is misinformation that happens a lot. Happens on social media, happens in the
Point of
newspaper.
information, Council President and Councilmember O, you started it. You started the misinformation.
So that's not true. Number one, that's not true. What happens is you came up.
Time out. You're not going to get into this in public. Councilman O is recognized. Say what you have to say, Councilman.
What I'm saying is I've been accused of starting a misinformation campaign 2 years ago and again today. There's no misinformation campaign. There is information. It is misunderstood. I've been very clear. 2 years ago, there was an effort to do a 10-point preference. It was amended to 5-point. And then recently, the 5-point was amended so that it would not compete with veterans. I've been very clear about that. What is not understood, despite how many times it's been said to the council member, is it is not okay with veterans. And I'm going to explain why, because it is something that just cannot be conveyed not only to the sponsor of the bill, the author of the bill, but to some other members of this body. And I'm going to try to explain it.
Point of information, Council President. Point of information. Point of information.
Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson.
Councilmember O, can you please publicly state to this body how you came to my office and asked me not to introduce this bill, and basically you would sick the veterans on me if I did so?
No,
please
that's
advise.
Not true. So absolutely
please
not
advise.
True. I cannot sick anybody on anyone. I'm not the puppet master. I'm not the head of anything. Like you, I'm an elected official, and certain constituents I know closely, like you. I do not go to certain constituents because I'm not invited, but you are. In my case, I am in constant contact with veterans, so they naturally talk to me. They feel they are the victim of a harsh government. They feel frustrated. They feel a loss of power. They are threatened by what you are doing. You are not the victim here. They are conveying to me their frustration and fear and anger. And I simply convey that. I do disagree with your bill, and I have tried to say that in the most polite way I can. I'm now making a public comment to try to explain to our colleagues the reason why they are opposed to your bill. I understand you have good intentions. I respect you. I respect the work you do. We're just going to have to agree to disagree. But stated ever what your bill is, your purpose. I've not misstated that. I have been very respectful about you. if you are upset that they do not get what you're trying to do, that's where we are. They do not get what you're trying to do, and I'm going to try to explain why for the last time before we vote. That's all. May I proceed, Mr. President?
Okay, please proceed.
A lot of this discussion has been centered around what veterans want and don't want. That's not the issue primarily in this matter. It is an important issue, but it's not the only issue. There is a level playing field for everyone. Everyone takes a test. There are 4 different ways people take a test to get a civil service job. One is a written exam, one is an oral exam, another is by performing a task that shows that you can do what you're supposed to know, and the final one is basically your training and experience, which is your resume. There are 4 different ways to get a job here. The effort in light of what is approaching, which is a retirement of many city workers, that is not a problem. On a yearly basis, the city receives 73,000 applications for basically 1,500 jobs. 73,000 applications for 1,500 jobs. And the number of people who pass the city exam is more than the jobs available. A study done by the Pew Foundation in 2018 went through this in a very easy to understand manner, June report. And what they articulated is why there's a problem in Philadelphia. Philadelphia, out of the top 30 cities when it comes to hiring, is number 30. Number 30 out of 30 in terms of what is primarily described as a rigid, slow process with lack of flexibility. That is the main problem. So 73,000 people apply for 1,500 jobs. Many people pass the test, however the test is, and the majority of times it's a written or oral test. 25% of the times it's going to be based on your resume. After they pass the test, they are eligible for bonus points, and Philadelphia has more bonus points than any other city in America, big city. And the Pew report says that is a bad thing. When, for example, they looked at the 2013 firefighter exam and test, 239 candidates scored above 100 because not only did they do well on the test, they had bonus points. There are less than 60 positions available. So we don't even get into, because it's a ranking. When you pass the test, you're eligible, and then you're ranked by your score. Add bonus points, you have more people eligible beyond qualified based on the test for positions that are not, that there's not that many positions. So the Pew report is against basically bonus points, but we as a legislative body have a different point of view when we want to include, for example, something related to the job, such as 5 years being a paramedic working for the city of Philadelphia. We value that, so they get points when they apply to be a firefighter, but nothing else. Or 1 point for language, or things like that. Those are the points. The federal and state law requires, there's nothing about Philadelphia, it requires a veteran's preference. The rest is the city charter or the civil service. So when we look at trying to fill jobs in the future and making competitive, if we give 5 points to public school graduates of a CTE program, we are basically disadvantaging every other person. That means everyone who graduated from a neighborhood school, everyone who graduated from a Catholic CTE school, a nonprofit, a GED, someone who arrived in Philadelphia from another country, never went to Philadelphia high school. Everyone else is disadvantaged by 5 points. They do all have to pass the test. but then you get your bonus points and you are hired in that order. And there are more people with bonus points than there are jobs. So the Pew report and the facts of how we would encourage and fill our positions would come out against additional bonus points. On top of that, putting it in a charter, which can only be changed by the voters after 5 years, is exactly what the Pew report says not to do. You are creating more rigidity, less flexibility, and you're creating a problem. The problem is this: there are about 900 students who graduate from a dedicated CTE school related to the Philadelphia public school system. There are another 4,000 something, close to 5,000 in total who go to regular high school that participate in some type of program. Their credentials are considered already under training and experience. Training and experience when that is a measurement. And it is also placed in certain of the existing criteria, for example, for firefighter, if you have a CTE type program or things like that. The charter change is not giving 5 points related to what they studied at the CTE level. It is just 5 points for any job on a citywide basis. There's 3 different types of job. One open for everyone, one open only for city workers, and one open only for department workers. So when you disadvantage a large portion of the 73,000 people who took the exam, did well, but will not be able to get a shot at having a job because of bonus points, somebody is going to say, what about kids with disabilities? What about kids who got a GED? What about kids in Catholic school? What about kids? You're going to go through people who got a 2-year degree, people who were incarcerated, people who you're going to go through, because it is unfair to reduce their opportunity when they've studied for the test like everybody else by 5 points by giving roughly a few hundred people 5 more points than everybody else for no reason. That is why veterans oppose this bill. It is the fact that they do not see the hiring preference as a perk. It doesn't matter. You don't take their 10 points away. You give 5 points to somebody. It is that veterans feel strongly that there should be a level playing field, and their earned 10 points is because of their service and sacrifice. It's not a perk, and they do not look at this as a perk. When it starts being given out for reasons they cannot understand, they oppose it. Now, if they can understand, such as someone's father or mother died in the line of duty in a similar situation to veterans. They put on a uniform, they go fight a fire, they put on a uniform, they get shot while they're trying to, stop a crime. They are sympathetic to that. They do understand, for example, that we need languages in this city. When you fight a fire, you show up and people can't speak English. When you're a paramedic, nobody knows how to help. They do understand the points. They do understand that we respect someone who didn't serve in the military, but volunteered to serve in the Peace Corps or AmeriServe, and what points they get for that for a year's service for $7,500. They don't oppose it. So I simply want to say this. I don't create this animosity or anger. I would be one incredible person. I might be the most powerful person in Philadelphia if I could do that. And I'm the least important person on this council. It's just that I'm in touch with the veterans and they convey to me and I convey to you. You're going to take your vote for whatever reasons you feel. But I'm just letting you know. There are large veterans organizations and small veterans organizations, and they are dedicated veterans organizations. And veterans feel strongly, as do active duty military, that veterans hiring preferences are not like an extra thing. It's not a perk or a tip or something. It's not to be given out lightly. And that is where they feel the opposition, and I've expressed their feelings. You're going to take your vote based on the way you feel about that. That's understood. But I'm just letting you know, one, veterans by and large and active duty military need to have a good reason why the preference, which since the Civil War has been based on veterans, those who survived. If they cannot understand or see why those 5 points for such a small group of people that simply graduated, that will not increase the pool, that will not increase, which would otherwise just disadvantage everyone else, they don't see that other than a slippery slope of, frankly, elected officials trying to please particular groups, and that is why they are upset. So to me, I do respect their opinion. I will be voting no. I do want to explain that, and I will say that I disagree with the sponsor bill without animosity. I've tried to make that clear. I don't think this helps the children of Philadelphia, the students. I think it is a disadvantage to fair competition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman, good? Ready to move forward to the motion? Thank you. All right, let's start just do the motion again. Because you left it off and asking people for support, so let's do a formal motion. Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the adoption of the resolution.
Second.
Thank you. Move the second, that resolution. It's been moved and the resolution. Hopefully we want technology. It's been moved and second to be adopted. Resolution number 2004. Amendment to the charter. Two-thirds vote. Question is shall to be adopted. As the chief clerk, please call. Mr. Decker.
Councilwoman Bass,
Nay.
Councilwoman Brooks,
Aye.
Councilman Dom,
Aye.
Councilman Driscoll,
Nay.
Councilwoman Gautier,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson,
Aye.
Councilman Green,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gim,
Aye.
Councilman Johnson,
Aye.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilman O,
Nay.
Councilman O'Neill,
Nay.
Councilwoman Parker,
Aye.
Councilwoman Quinones Sanchez,
Aye.
Councilman Squilla,
Aye.
Councilman Thomas,
Aye.
Council President Clark.
Aye. The ayes, I didn't hear the second person be called, but the ayes are 12, I believe, and the nays are 5. Majority of 2/3 of all members of the council have voted in the affirmative. Resolution number 200040A has been adopted. So, Doctor, please read the title of Bill number 200006 AA.
An ordinance providing for the submission of the qualified electors of the city of Philadelphia of an amendment to the Philadelphia Home Rule Charter to provide for a preference in civil service examinations for any qualified graduate of a career technical education program in the school district of Philadelphia, as approved by resolution of the city council.
This bill had been read on 2 different days. The question now, shall the bill pass finally? Mr. Decker, call the roll.
Councilwoman Bass,
Aye.
Councilwoman Brooks,
Aye.
Councilman Dom,
Aye.
Councilman Driscoll,
Nay.
Councilwoman Gautier,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson,
Aye.
Councilman Green,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gim,
Aye.
Councilman Johnson,
Aye.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilman O,
Nay. Nay.
Councilman O'Neill,
Nay.
Councilwoman Parker,
Aye.
Councilwoman Quinones Sanchez,
Aye.
Councilman Squilla,
Aye.
Councilman Thomas,
Aye.
Council President Clark.
Aye. Ayes are 14 and nays are 3. Majority of members present voting in affirmative, the bill passes. Mr. Decker, please read the title of bill number 200007A.
An ordinance amending Chapter 1100 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Civil Service Preferences to provide for a civil service preference for qualified graduates of career technical education programs in the School District of Philadelphia.
This bill having been read on 2 different days, the question now, shall the bill pass finally? Mr. Decker, call the roll.
Councilwoman Bass,
Aye.
Councilwoman Brooks,
Aye.
Councilman Dom,
Aye.
Councilman Driscoll,
Nay.
Councilwoman Gautier,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson,
Aye.
Councilman Green,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gim,
Aye.
Councilman Johnson,
Aye.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilman O,
Nay. Nay.
Councilman O'Neill,
Nay.
Councilwoman Parker,
Aye.
Councilwoman Quinones Sanchez,
Aye.
Councilman Squilla,
Aye.
Councilman Thomas,
Aye.
Council President Clark.
Aye, the ayes are 14 and nays are 3. Majority of members present voting in affirmative, the bill passes. Mr. Decker, please read the title of bill number 220187.
An ordinance providing for the submission of the qualified electors of the City of Philadelphia of an amendment to the Philadelphia Hall Charter to create a Department of Aviation, to transfer the functions of certain city agencies with respect to the operations of the city's airports to the newly created department, and to provide for additional duties of the department as approved by a resolution of the City Council.
This bill having been read on 2 different days, the question now is, shall the bill pass finally? Mr. Decker, call the roll.
Councilwoman Bass,
Aye.
Councilwoman Brooks,
Aye.
Councilman Dom,
Aye.
Councilman Driscoll,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gautier,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson,
Aye.
Councilman Green,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gim,
Aye.
Councilman Johnson,
Aye.
Councilman Jones,
Aye. Aye.
Councilman O,
Aye. Aye.
Councilman O'Neill,
Aye.
Councilwoman Parker,
Aye.
Councilwoman Quinones Sanchez,
Aye.
Councilman Squilla,
Aye.
Councilman Thomas,
Aye.
Council President Clark.
Aye, the ayes are 17 and nays are 0. Majority of all members present voting in affirmative, the bill passes. Mr. Decker, please read the title of bill number 200012.
An ordinance amending section 191301.1 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Homestead Exclusion to increase the amount of homestead exclusion.
Here recognizes Councilman Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Just have a few remarks before we call this bill up to vote. One, I wanted to personally ask for an affirmative vote from my colleagues on the Save Our Homes Tax Relief Plan, which is up for final passage today. The goal of the Save Our Homes Plan is to reduce the impact of residential property assessments, which increased by a citywide average of 31% this year. As a result, residents will see their property taxes increase significantly, specifically in Black and brown neighborhoods. The Save Our Homes Plan will also help reduce displacement and make property taxes fairer and more transparent. It is also revenue neutral. The latest projection of spending is that the Save Our Homes Plan will cost the city less than $80 million per year to implement. The increase from the property tax assessments is expected to earn the city an estimated $460 million over the next 5 years, which is an average of $92 million per year. The Save Our Homes plan will simply take new revenue that is expected from increased property assessments and give it back to where it belongs, which are the people. The major portions of the Save Our Homes plans are as follows. Increasing the city homestead exemption from $45,000 to $80,000. This will increase the value of the benefit from $629 per year to $1,120 per year. The bill number 20012 is up for final passage today. Originally, the initial proposals from my colleagues such as Councilman O'Neill, who supported this initiative, as well as Councilman Jamie Gardier and Mark Squiller, and administration, was focusing on a homestead exemption of $90,000 that was doubling from $45,000 to $90,000. After hearing concerns from the Philadelphia School District about lost tax revenue, the compromise with your help, Council President Darrell Clark, and working with the administration, we agreed upon an $80,000 homestead, which still significantly impacts residents who are seeing a significant increase in their property taxes. Also, the bill will allow retroactive enrollment in the senior tax freeze as far as individuals who have enrolled in 2018. This will allow low-income seniors to freeze their property tax assessments at the time they became eligible rather than when they enrolled. Bill number 220499 is also up for final passage today. The Senior Citizens Property Tax Freeze Program helps low-income senior citizens age 65 or older to permanently freeze their property assessments. To be eligible at this time, a person's income must be $33,500 per year for a single person or $41,500 per year for a married couple. Under my Save Our Homes Property Tax Relief Plan, eligible seniors will have the chance to retroactively enroll in Senior Citizen Tax Freeze Program. Accordingly, those seniors will only pay taxes on the assessment from the year they first became eligible, going as far back as 2018. Bill number 220499, which is a part of the Save Our Homes Tax Relief Plan, is also up for final passage today. In addition, multiple changes have been changed to the long-time owner occupants program known as LOOP that will significantly increase access for low and middle income homeowners. Newly eligible households would increase for thousands of homeowners. Bill number 220497 is up for final passage. And I want to take a personal note and just thank you, Council President, for your leadership and working in partnership with the administration to come to some level of resolve for this particular bill, which I sponsor. So I just want to personally acknowledge you and just thank you for working with me over these last couple of days. And last but not least, also part of this fiscal budget, which is also part of Save Our Homes Tax Relief Plan, is an allocation of $15 million for the city's rental assistance program, an additional $2.5 million in the budget for an outreach campaign. One thing that we have to understand as a body is that although we have LOOP, although we have homestead exemption, although we have the tax payment program, although we have the deferred tax payment program as well for individuals who can't pay their full tax but at one particular time, if people don't have the information, then what's the point? And so we'll have the ability to go in an aggressive campaign to make sure people know all of the tax relief tools are available for them to take advantage of. And last but not least, we also budgeted $1 million to help free legal assistance for low-income renters, because we know at the end of the day, when landlords see an increase in their property taxes, they pass that money down to the actual renter. And we want to make sure that we don't have renters who are being displaced. And so I want to also take a personal note and acknowledge Community Legal Services who were very, very supportive of this program, but also all the members of the body who signed on and being co-sponsors and asked for an affirmative vote on the Save Our Home Property Tax Relief Plan. And thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. This bill has been read on 2 different days. The question now, shall the bill pass finally? Mr. Jeffrey, call the roll.
Councilwoman Bass.
Aye.
Councilwoman Brooks.
Aye.
Councilman Dom.
Aye.
Councilwoman Gautier.
I think maybe you went out of order.
but.
Councilman Driscoll,
Aye.
Councilman Dom.
Aye.
Councilwoman Gautier,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson,
Aye.
Councilman Green,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gim,
Aye.
Councilman Johnson,
Aye.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilman O,
Aye. Aye.
Councilman O'Neill,
Aye.
Councilwoman Parker,
Aye.
Councilwoman Guillermo Sanchez,
Aye.
Councilman Squilla,
Councilman Squilla.
Aye.
Councilman Thomas,
Aye.
Council President Clark.
Aye, the ayes are 17 and nays are 0. Majority of all members present voting in affirmative, this bill passed. Mr. Decker, 220-284.
An ordinance to adopt the capital program for the 6 fiscal years 2023 through 2028 include.
This bill having been read on 2 different days, the question now, shall the bill pass finally? Mr. Decker, call the roll.
Councilwoman Bass,
Aye.
Councilwoman Brooks,
Aye.
Councilman Dom,
Aye.
Councilman Driscoll,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gautier,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson,
Aye.
Councilman Green,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gim,
Aye.
Councilman Johnson,
Aye.
Councilman Jones,
Aye. Aye.
O, Councilman O,
Aye. Aye.
Councilman O'Neill,
Aye.
Councilwoman Parker,
Aye.
Councilwoman Guillermo Sanchez,
Aye.
Councilman Squilla,
Aye.
Councilman Thomas,
Aye.
Council President Clark.
Aye, the ayes are 17 and nays are 0. Majority of all members have been affirmative, the bill passes. Mr. Decker, 220-285.
An ordinance to adopt the fiscal 2023 capital budget.
This bill having been read on 2 different days, the question now, shall the bill pass finally? Mr. Decker, call the roll.
Councilwoman Bass,
Aye.
Councilwoman Brooks,
Aye.
Councilman Dom,
Aye.
Councilman Driscoll,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gautier,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson,
Aye.
Councilman Green,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gim,
Aye.
Councilman Johnson,
Aye.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilman O,
Aye. Aye.
Councilman O'Neill,
Aye.
Councilwoman Parker,
Aye.
Councilwoman Guillermo Sanchez,
Aye.
Councilman Squilla,
Aye.
Councilman Thomas,
Aye.
Council President Clark.
Aye, the ayes are 17 and nays are 0. Majority of all members voting in affirmative. Mr. Decker, 220-286.
An ordinance adopting the operating budget for fiscal year 2023.
This bill having been read on 2 different days, the question is, shall the bill pass finally? Mr. Decker, call the roll.
Councilwoman Bass,
Aye.
Councilwoman Brooks,
Aye.
Councilman Dom,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gautier,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson,
Aye.
Councilman Green,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gim,
Aye.
Councilman Johnson,
Aye.
Councilman Jones,
Aye. Aye.
Councilman O,
Aye. Aye.
Councilman O'Neill,
Aye.
Councilwoman Parker,
Aye.
Councilwoman Guillermo Sanchez,
Aye.
Councilman Squilla,
Aye.
Councilman Thomas,
Aye.
Council President Clark.
Aye, the ayes are 17 and nays are 0. Majority present.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Councilman Driscoll.
I wasn't recorded. I would like to be recorded as an aye.
Okay. Sorry, sir. You are here. All right, the ayes are 17 and nays are 0. Majority of members present. Affirmative. Bill passes. Mr. Decker, please read the title of 220410.
An ordinance amending Chapter 19, 1500 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Wage and Net Profits Tax by revising certain tax rates.
This bill having been read on 2 different days, the question now, shall the bill pass finally? Mr. Decker, roll.
Councilwoman Bass,
Aye.
Councilwoman Brooks,
Nay.
Councilman Dom,
Aye.
Councilman Driscoll,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gautier,
Nay.
Councilwoman Gilmer Richardson,
Aye.
Councilman Green,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gim,
Nay.
Councilman Johnson,
Aye.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilman O,
O. Aye. Aye.
Councilman O'Neill,
Neal. Aye.
Councilwoman Parker,
Aye.
Councilwoman Quinones Sanchez,
Aye.
Councilman Squilla,
Aye.
Councilman Thomas,
Aye.
Council President Clark.
Aye. Ayes are 14, nays are 3. Majority of members present voting affirmative. Bill passes. Councilman Thomas, I was getting unclear signals. Did you need to be referenced, or are you okay now? Sorry to call you that.
No, we already took the vote, Council President, and it's pretty late. So I will just say that this is an important vote and something that we need to support our small businesses. Thank you, Council President.
Yeah, I got conflicting messages. I'm sorry. That's all on my end. Thank you. The bill passes. Mr. Decker, please read the title 220445.
An ordinance amending section 192600 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Business Income and Receipts Taxes with respect to allocation and apportionment of income and receipts inside and outside of the city.
This bill having been read on 2 different days, the question now, shall the bill pass finally? Mr. Decker, call the roll.
Councilwoman Bass,
Aye.
Councilwoman Brooks,
Nay.
Councilman Dom,
Aye.
Councilman Driscoll,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gautier,
Nay.
Councilwoman Gilmer Richardson,
Aye.
Councilman Green,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gim,
Nay.
Councilman Johnson,
Aye.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilman O,
Aye. Aye.
Councilman O'Neill,
Aye.
Councilwoman Parker,
Aye.
Councilwoman Quinones Sanchez,
Aye.
Councilman Squilla,
Aye.
Councilman Thomas,
Aye.
Council President Clark.
Aye. Ayes are 14 and nays are 3. Majority of all members present voting in affirmative, the bill passes. Mr. Decker, 220497.
An ordinance amending Chapter 193900 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Tax Exemptions for Longtime Owner Occupants of Residential Properties to modify parameters of tax exemptions for longtime residential owner occupants.
This bill having been read on 2 different days, the question is, shall the bill pass?
From where? Oh, good. Now, how do we get?
Councilman Squilla.
And he's going to have them delivered.
I'm sorry.
No, mute. Hey. Last day.
Sorry, colleagues.
This bill having been read on 2 different days, the question now, shall the bill pass finally? Mr. Decker, call the roll.
Councilwoman Bass,
Aye.
Councilwoman Brooks,
Aye.
Councilman Dom,
Aye.
Councilman Driscoll,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gautier,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson,
Aye.
Councilman Green,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gim,
Aye.
Councilman Johnson,
Aye.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilman O,
Aye. Aye.
Councilman O'Neill,
Aye.
Councilwoman Parker,
Aye.
Councilwoman Quinones Sanchez,
Aye.
Councilman Squilla,
Aye.
Councilman Thomas,
Aye.
Council President Clark.
Aye, the ayes are 17 and nays are 0. Majority of all members present voting in affirmative, the bill passes. Mr. Decker, 220-499.
An ordinance amending Chapter 192900 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Senior Citizen Low-Income Special Tax Provisions to modify parameters of special tax provisions for low-income seniors, including the deadline for filing an application.
This bill having been read on 2 different days, the question is, shall the bill pass finally? Mr. Decker, call the roll.
Councilwoman Bass,
Aye.
Councilwoman Brooks,
Aye.
Councilman Dom,
Aye.
Councilman Driscoll,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gautier,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson,
Aye.
Councilman Green,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gim,
Aye.
Councilman Johnson,
Aye.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilman O,
Aye.
Councilman Neal,
Aye.
Councilwoman Parker,
Aye.
Councilwoman Quinones Sanchez,
Aye.
Councilman Squilla,
Aye.
Councilman Thomas,
Aye.
Council President Clark.
Aye, the ayes are 17 and nays are 0. Majority of all members present voting in affirmative, the bill passes. Mr. Decker, 220-414.
An ordinance amending Title 14 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Zoning and Planning by revising and clarifying certain landscaping requirements.
This bill having been read on 2 different days, the question now, shall the bill pass finally? Mr. Decker, call the roll.
Councilwoman Bass,
Aye.
Councilwoman Brooks,
Aye.
Councilman Dom,
Aye.
Councilman Driscoll,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gautier,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson,
Aye.
Councilman Green,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gim,
Aye.
Councilman Johnson,
Aye.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilman O,
Aye. Aye.
Councilman O'Neill,
Aye.
Councilwoman Parker,
Aye.
Councilwoman Quinones Sanchez,
Aye.
Councilman Squilla,
Aye.
Councilman Thomas,
Aye.
Council President Clark.
Aye, the ayes are 17 and nays are 0. Majority of all members present voting in affirmative, the bill passes. Mr. Decker, 220-292.
An ordinance authorizing an increase in the non-electoral indebtedness of the city within the Pennsylvania constitutional limit, authorizing the bond committee to sell bonds at public or private negotiated sale to provide funds toward various capital municipal purposes.
Bill having been read on 2 different days, the question now, shall the bill pass finally? Mr. Decker, call the roll.
Councilwoman Bass,
Aye.
Councilwoman Brooks,
Aye.
Councilman Dom,
Aye.
Councilman Driscoll,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gautier,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson,
Aye.
Councilman Green,
Aye.
Councilwoman Gim,
Aye.
Councilman Johnson,
Aye.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilman O,
Aye. Aye.
Councilman O'Neill,
Aye.
Councilwoman Parker,
Aye.
Councilwoman Quinones Sanchez,
Aye.
Councilman Squilla,
Aye.
Councilman Thomas,
Aye.
Council President Clark.
Aye, the ayes are 17 and nays are 0. Majority of members present voting in affirmative, the bill passed. Mr. Decker, 220-322.
An ordinance amending Chapter 16400 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Surplus Properties by adding criteria for evaluating non-competitive dispositions.
Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gautier for an amendment to Bill number 220-322.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer an amendment to Bill number 220-322. A copy of the amendment has been circulated to all members of council.
Thank you. All in favor of
You want to move for the adoption?
I move for the adoption of the amendment. Sorry.
all those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, ayes have it, and Bill number 220-322 has been amended, and Bill number 220-322 as amended will be placed on a final pass to counter at our next session of council. Mr. Decker, you have some additional resolutions? Bill. Mr. Decker, you on mute?
Apologies, Mr. President. I have an ordinance that we removed from the consent agenda, Bill number 210284.
Right.
May I proceed?
Yes, sir.
An ordinance amending Chapter 19-2600 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Business Income and Receipts Taxes by revising certain tax rates.
Thank you. Councilman Thomas, did you want to be recognized? Yeah.
No, Council President. I made my remarks earlier as it related to just this council body, our work, our support for small business, and most importantly for us to send a message to folks not just in the region but all over the country that Philadelphia is open for business, and we're going to do our best to recover from this COVID and economic crisis. So, just very briefly, thank you, Council President, and most importantly, thank you to my colleagues who work together closely to put us in a position to be able to make this work fiscally. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. This bill having been read on 2 different days, your question is, shall the bill pass finally? Mr. Decker, call the roll.
Councilwoman Bass.
Aye.
Councilwoman Brooks.
Nay.
Councilman Dom.
Aye.
Councilman Driscoll.
Aye.
Councilwoman Gautier.
Nay.
Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson.
Aye.
Councilman Green.
Aye.
Councilwoman Gim.
Nay.
Councilman Heenan.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. President, I'm working with some old paperwork. Councilman Johnson.
Aye.
Councilman Jones.
Aye.
Councilman O.
Aye.
Councilman O'Neill. Councilman O'Neill.
Aye.
Councilwoman Parker.
Aye.
Councilwoman Quinones Sanchez.
Aye.
Councilman Squilla.
Aye.
Councilman Thomas.
Aye.
Council President Clark.
Did you call Councilman Driscoll?
I did, Mr. President.
Yeah. Okay.
He voted aye.
All right. Thank you. Ayes are 14 and nays are 3. Majority of members present voting in the affirmative. The bill passes. Any additional resolutions, Mr. Decker?
I have a resolution that was pulled from the consent agenda, resolution number 220616, entitled a resolution recognizing Southwest Philadelphia's own Mont Brown for his notable contributions to his community on the occasion of World Humanitarian Day, August 19, 2022, introduced by Councilman Johnson.
Chair recognizes Councilman Johnson.
Council President, before I move for the adoption of the resolution, this is a young man who has gone out of his way to become very successful in the entertainment industry, but decided to always come back home to his neighborhood of Southwest Philadelphia to provide opportunities for the youth and also, most importantly, uplift the young people in his neighborhood. And so with that being said, Council President, I enthusiastically move for the adoption of the resolution.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and enthusiastically seconded. All in favor of the resolution indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, ayes have it, and that resolution is adopted.
And I have a resolution initiating action to establish a neighborhood improvement district in an area that generally includes both sides of North Broad Street from the north side of Spring Garden Street to the south side of Indiana Avenue, excluding the 2700 through 2900 block on the west side of the street, beginning with 510 North Broad Street and continuing to 2929 North Broad Street. It also includes 1300 Fairmount Avenue, 1406 Ridge Avenue, 1408 Ridge Avenue, 1363 West Seltzer Street, 1361 West Silver Street, and 1362 West Silver Street, designating North Broad Renaissance, the legal name of which is Avenue North Renaissance Incorporated, which has organized itself as a Pennsylvania nonprofit corporation, as a Neighborhood Improvement District Management Association for the district, introduced today by Councilwoman Parker on behalf of Council President Clark.
Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. On your behalf, I move for the adoption of the resolution.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed,
Aye.
ayes have it, and that resolution is adopted.
And a resolution congratulating the city of Philadelphia on winning its bid to become the host city of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, introduced today by Councilman Jones.
Chair recognizes Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of all football fans around the world, I move for the adoption of the resolution.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, ayes have it, and that resolution is adopted.
And a resolution recognizing and congratulating David Gates, Esquire, upon the occasion of his retirement from the Pennsylvania Health Law Project for his decades of service and commitment to people with disabilities and families in need of health insurance coverage and healthcare services in Philadelphia and across the Commonwealth, introduced today by Councilman Green.
Chair recognizes Councilman Green.
Thank you, Council President. I move for the adoption of the resolution.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed,
Aye.
ayes have it, and that resolution is adopted.
And a resolution authorizing the City Council's Committee on Finance to hold hearings regarding growth in the city of Philadelphia, introduced today by Councilman Green.
Chair recognizes Councilman Green.
Thank you, Council President. I move for the adoption of the resolution.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, ayes have it, and that resolution is adopted.
And a resolution authorizing the Committee on Commerce and Economic Development to hold public hearings to examine what the Philadelphia Water Department is or could be doing to take advantage of new and existing federal water quality infrastructure funding to address chronic sewage overflows in overburdened communities and improve water quality of the Delaware and Schuylkill rivers for public recreational use. Introduced today by Councilman Squilla.
Chair recognizes Councilman Squilla.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the resolution.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 And that resolution is adopted.
And a resolution recognizing and honoring the life and service of Philadelphia firefighter Lieutenant Sean Williamson, introduced today by Councilman O.
Chair recognizes Councilman O.
Thank you, Council President. I move for the adoption of the resolution.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Ayes have it, and that resolution is adopted.
And I have resolution number 220474, entitled a resolution approving the rebuild project statement for fiscal years 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023 pursuant to bill number 170206. Mr. President, this resolution was reported from committee today and incorrectly scripted as 220424. Which was incorrect. It was introduced by Councilwoman Bass on behalf of Council President Clark.
Chair recognizes Councilwoman Bass.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption. Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed,
Aye.
ayes have it, and that resolution is adopted. Any other resolution, Mr. Decker? You're on mute, Mr. Decker.
I believe that's all we have, Mr. President.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, that completes our calendar for today. Any speeches on behalf of the minority? No? I think that we have a lot of speeches today. No?
There is a speech, Council President. I have a speech to make.
Chair recognizes Councilman O.
Thank you very much. Today we approved a resolution recognizing and honoring the life and service of Philadelphia fighter Lieutenant Sean Williamson. He lost his life in the line of duty after a fire damaged building collapsed in the Fairhill neighborhood on June 18th, just this past weekend. Lieutenant Williamson served in the United States Marine Corps and provided dedicated and exemplary service to our city for 27 years. He was last assigned to Ladder 18 in Tioga Nicetown. Over his long career, he also served with the Specialized Rescue 1 Company, taught at the Fire Academy, and was a member of PA Task Force 1, the federal urban search and rescue team sponsored by the Philadelphia Fire Department. A Mass of Christian burial will be celebrated at the Epiphany of Our Lord Church on Monday, June 27th at 11 a.m. To honor the memory of Lieutenant Williamson, all City of Philadelphia flags will be flown at half staff for 30 days. One of the unexpected duties that I experienced when I was elected to this office was to attend the funerals of those who died in service to our city. It's a very moving, very sad, and long-lasting impression when we see those who put themselves out intentionally as a daily job to protect and serve. Our condolences to his family and loved ones, to all those in our firefighting community, and we certainly hold them in our thoughts and prayers. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Speeches on behalf of the majority. Chair recognizes Councilman Don.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you for the opportunity today to address my colleagues and all Philadelphians. I also want to extend my condolences, along with Councilman Owen and all of us, to the family of the lieutenant who lost his life in that fire up in Fairhill. Just tragic, terrible. As we close out this council session, I'm feeling reflective, especially since this could be the last time I speak before City Council in my current position. While we put forth a balanced budget that provides support for those in need, frankly, it doesn't go far enough. Too many people across our city still can't get a good night's sleep, whether it's because they're worried about supporting their families or the safety of their loved ones as they hear the sounds of gunshots echo through the night. Sadly, we're no longer shocked by the shootings and murders in the middle of our streets, or by the open air drug markets, or even by the less violent but regular criminal acts happening everywhere. And that is wrong. These issues are absolutely gut-wrenching. Philadelphians just don't feel safe. They don't feel safe in their homes, on their streets, in their cars, on our transit system, at their jobs, or even in their places of worship. What we need now is leadership, a decisive and positive force to get us back on track. We can't move forward and attract more people, more businesses, more jobs, grow an economy that lifts people out of poverty or gives every child the opportunity for a bright future. We don't start urgently addressing the fundamental issue of public safety. As a member of council, I've consistently worked to do just that. Most recently, I was proud to have passed a resolution calling on our mayor to declare a state of emergency so we can draw down federal resources to target the opioid epidemic that is ravaging Kensington. But instead of acting immediately, we've all seen the situation continue to deteriorate into a full-blown humanitarian crisis. We can and we must do better. I've also called for more accountability and oversight of Philadelphia's group violence intervention programs. These programs have proven to reduce gun violence, and while we have allocated funding to support local initiatives, we've recently seen our city's inability to even distribute the funds, let alone evaluate or measure the progress of the work. This is totally unacceptable. And so is the lack of executive leadership in ensuring our departments are fully operational, including our police department. Hundreds of positions continue to sit vacant, and I will not stop fighting to fill each and every one of them. That's why I held a hearing and called for the revision of the residency requirements for officers, which the administration eventually acted on. Expanding our applicant pool and building better marketing strategies will allow us to attract and retain qualified police officers. I say all this to simply state what so many Philadelphians have shared with me as a city council member. We deserve better. Philadelphians deserve a leader who will take action and who will be a positive force for change. A leader who actually wants the job, and a leader who sees each and every day as an opportunity for our city to reach its true potential. A leader to build safer communities. A leader to enthusiastically recruit new businesses. A leader to create family-sustaining jobs that shrink our wealth gap. And a leader who will actually fight poverty, not just make it more comfortable to live in. And I know these goals are achievable. I know that because I've convened business leaders and stakeholders, including those in our life science industries, and we've discussed opportunities that do exist to grow. I've met with healthcare executives who are ready to partner with us to address the growing opioid crisis. I've met with small and minority business owners who have incredible and innovative ideas about how we can foster growth in every corner of this city. But the one common theme during each of these meetings is that if people do not feel safe, none of this is possible. And without strong leadership to tackle these issues head on, these ideas and goals will continue to be shelved. We need goals paired with concrete steps to achieve them. That's ultimately what this administration has failed to do. Philadelphia is a city of fighters and believers. We've shown time and time again that we can climb out of tough times, and we will do it again. As we look forward, I ask all Philadelphians to set the bar higher. Ask yourselves, who's willing to hold people accountable? Who's prepared to do what's right over what's convenient? Who is going to put in the work to get the job done with the results you deserve? There is a lot of work ahead, but I look forward to building the necessary bridges, tackling our problems with resilience and energy, and bringing people to the table who are really excited to bring about real change for our great city. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on today, I wanted to start by taking this opportunity to thank members of the Mount Airy Community Council and residents who came out yesterday. Even when it started raining, we stayed outside along with the captain of the 14th Police District to talk about the Philadelphia Neighborhood Safety and Community Policing Plan. And one of the things we talked about, Mr. President, was that proactive call for 300 community policing officers walking the beat and on bike patrol in our neighborhoods, proactively working on building and strengthening community police relationships and not responding to crime. And we also talked about not allowing anyone to put us in a box because we were interested in supporting that community policing plan, but that criminal justice reform was just as important to us. But we said something else, Mr. President, and I thought we were just having a conversation in a meeting. I had no idea that I would be in the midst of this council session with each of you and something like this would come up. And that is, we also talked about the need to ensure that there is zero tolerance for any misuse and or abuse of authority within our police department in any manner, shape, or form. So we could call for community policing, we could want criminal justice reform and pursue it, but we also could have zero tolerance for any misuse and or abuse of authority. And then I get the text from two different people in the midst of this council session informing me that a member of our Philadelphia Police Department thought that it was appropriate over a police radio. That's equipment that is owned by the city of Philadelphia, paid for by tax-paying residents here in the city of Philadelphia, along with our businesses, saying those effing ends. Those effing ends. If you wear and are honored to wear and be paid, Mr. President, a salary from our city of Philadelphia to protect and to serve us, but you think it is appropriate to use racist language over a public and police radio, the arrogance that it takes to do something like that, the disregard for humanity, in the willingness to embrace that kind of language as if it's second nature, is something that we should continue to have zero tolerance for. So when I got these two text messages, I said, Councilmember Johnson, or Jones, thank you so very much for the Citizens Police Oversight Committee, because as this investigation is going to be occurring into what exactly happened in this incident and those words being used over a police radio, I am sure that in some way, shape, or form, we will be able to have our Citizens Police Oversight Committee to also review what happened and report back to us in a very transparent manner all of the facts associated with this incident. Thank you so very much, Mr. President and colleagues, for your time.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Kind of hard to hear in this day and time, you know. But anyway, I'll leave that alone. To be discussed later. Chair recognizes Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Council President. I'm going to be brief as we wrap up this session. Just thank my colleagues for all their hard work and their dedication in moving the city of Philadelphia forward. You know, last evening, and I was preparing to go to sleep, and I was watching the news, and Dateline came on. And the title of the segment last night was called Bullets Over Philadelphia. Again, the title of the Dateline segment last night was called Bullets Over Philadelphia. And it talked about and interviewed different individuals who have been significantly impacted by the senseless gun violence that we're seeing in the city of Philadelphia, particularly young people. And so again, it's a constant reminder as it relates to how we must continue to keep our foot on the pedal when it comes to consistently addressing this issue. I do acknowledge the hard work that this body has been putting in with such initiatives as the 24-hour hotline that deals with violence prevention and trauma for individuals who may be significantly impacted by gun violence and other types of gun violence, led by you, Council President. Or the Office of Victim Advocate, in which I created to help mothers and fathers who have lost loved ones, the senseless gun violence, or the work that Catherine Gilmore Richardson has done to provide opportunities for our young people who are hanging out on the streets in the wee hours in the mornings to participate in the curfew center, quote unquote curfew center, to get those type of wraparound resources that they need that will allow them to become productive members of our community, or addressing the issue that was recently talked about, which is critically important, which is community policing and making sure that when people go into and from their homes, they feel safe and do not feel like there's hostages inside their own home. And so just watching that segment last night, I did feel a sense of anger. I felt some sense of disappointment, but also I recognize that it's a complex issue that must be worked on comprehensively, right, with city leaders, but also, most importantly, the community working in partnership together in addressing this issue. I want to also take a moment to acknowledge a new coalition of fearless young ladies who are out there addressing this issue of senseless gun violence, collectively working together. They're called Mothers of the Movement. They had a press conference today, held in our caucus room. It was originally outside, but it was raining. That group consists of Dr. Dorothy Johnson Spite of Mothers in Charge, Ms. Alita Garcia of the National Justice Homicide Alliance. You have another young lady named Therese McCleary, which has an organization called Mothers United by Grief. You have another young lady named Felicia Pennington, who has an organization called Mothers United by Angels. And you have Movita Johnson Harrell, who also has an organization called the Charles Foundation. And these strong, fearless women have decided to come together to demand that we do more around this issue of senseless gun violence here in the city of Philadelphia. And so we cannot do it alone. We have to do it in partnership with the community. And I look forward to working with all of you, but most importantly, the community. I'm spending my summer hours and my summer days working to make sure that my two sons, Isaiah and Elijah, can go to and from home feeling safe, regardless of what's going on outside and around them, and most importantly, making sure that they are safe. And so I just commend all my colleagues for the work they've done during this council session. A lot of times it may not seem like a lot, but we put in the work, hands down, right? We experts in our own individual fields, but we also come together like Voltron, supporting one another in a collective goal to move this city of Philadelphia forward. And so I just wanted to take a moment just to give everybody a shout out, everybody doing the hard work. Have a blessed and prosperous summer. And with that being said, God bless everyone. And thank you for allowing me to work in partnership with all of you on the things that we've done to move this city forward this past session. God bless.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you so much, and God bless you and your family. Chair recognizes Councilman Gray.
Thank you, Council President. I just have a few comments to say, no matter how long it takes. I think a former mayor used to say that. But seriously, and Councilmember Dom was very reflective in his comments this afternoon, and it also gives me an opportunity to be reflective and say something that this will be the last time that I will have a chance to say a certain point of this presentation, but we've had a very challenging budget session. We're dealing with a lot of challenging issues. If you just listen to today's session from Councilmember O providing a resolution regarding the lost firefighter here in the city of Philadelphia, to the very troubling statement that our Majority Leader, Councilmember Parkner, gave in reference to another members of uniform saying things about citizens of this city. The issue that we've been dealing with in reference to how we best move our city forward. And if you listen to the public comment, you had those who were saying, and we really need growth for businesses, especially Black and brown businesses, and others that disagree with that. And we all agree that we need to move our city forward and work collaboratively together, in spite of all our differences of opinion. And I think that's something that we have not seen in our city. We have not seen at the state or national levels too much this group versus that group. And I think in order for us to really move our city forward, we have to work collectively together. And that's something that we need to do, and we need leadership in our city to do that. And when I say leadership, I have to think about the fact that we as elected officials, we do not do the work we do without dedicated staff. My staff has been in this city hall since last August of 2021, coming in Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. As an at-large member of council, I get around the city quite a bit, and they have been answering questions and working for constituents as we've navigated the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm really appreciative of all the work that they have done, because without my council staff, I would not be in the position that I am to represent the citizens of the city of Philadelphia. And so I'm stating this, and this will be the last time that I can say this, that my legislative director, Frank Iannuzzi, is leaving my office to go on to a different perspective. And when I think about the relationship that we've had, I'm a little bit taller with not as much hair, actually no hair anymore. And Frank's a little more shorter in stature with a lot of hair. And we have difference of opinions on a lot of different things. We've had a lot of different debates and different perspectives and backgrounds. But we can come together and work collectively to move forward, just like we need to move our city forward. And I want to thank Frank for always being Frank and give me great guidance and advice, even when I'm very adamant that we should go in this direction. And he keeps pushing back, no, we need to go in that direction. And various times I've listened to his sage advice because that's what we need to do as a city. We can have debates, we can have disagreements, but we've got to work collectively together because I think even with all the people that debated various topics in today's council session, we all agree we want to have a better and brighter city of Philadelphia. And so with that, Council President, I rise and say, Mr. Iannuzzi, I thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Hate to see him leave the city of Philadelphia, but I hope he doesn't leave his residency in the 5th Councilmanic District. So.
Point of information, he's not leaving the city of Philadelphia, and he's not leaving working for the citizens of the city of Philadelphia.
That's all right. So, he brings a voice over there in that community, so and make sure he's still around, at least in that capacity. Look forward to his continuing capacity. Thank you so much, Councilman. I do not see any other speeches. So I'll be brief.
Council President, I went in on the chat room. My apologies.
Yeah, it was late. Okay. I can't wait till we get back in 400. I can just kind of look out. I'm sure we'll be in 400 during the course of the summer for one thing or another. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Ramona Sanchez.
Thank you, Council President Clark. And I just wanted to rise and remind folks that, this is my 15th budget, 7th as Chair of Appropriations. And I believe this budget reflects the work that this council body has done in providing leadership for the city of Philadelphia. I think there were a lot of interests that were managed, incorporated, and are part of our budget, which is a living document. And I want to remind folks of that because, the work, it doesn't stop at the budget. It actually starts at the budget, and ensuring the implementation, particularly by district council people. And I just want to recognize that there is a lot more work to be done. As Chair of Appropriations, I really believe that the budget is a living document that continues to evolve based on needs and our responses to the constituencies of the city of Philadelphia. So I want to thank all my colleagues who had very, very good issues. I think this budget is an investment in people. It's a significant investment in police related public safety issues in the neighborhoods that we heard, from dumping to potholes to all those priorities, L&I, all of those priorities folks wanted. And we were able to respond to the very eloquent advocacy of our ethnic chambers who have agreed with, the BERT reduction and some of the other pieces, wage reduction that we need to tell people we are open for business. And I appreciate the fact that we did an and, not an either or. I appreciate the fact that we are not going to pin one constituency against another. That's not what leadership does. And I appreciate the fact in this particular budget that the administration was very responsive to issues that this council has championed, whether it's rental assistance or some of the other things. They were quick to say, we agree, whether it's the investment in the public defender's office. We saw the restitution of our investment in arts. I think what we saw was the process as it's supposed to work. We start with a document, it becomes a living document, and people advocate. And so I just want to thank all my colleagues, because like many of my other colleagues, I may not get another opportunity to say that, but I did not work as hard as I did to come to this body, not to appreciate the work of this body and the collective work that we do together. We come here representing certain constituencies, and we should be unapologetic about the fact that we represent certain constituencies. That is what makes the debate democratic. That is what makes the debate in terms of how we represent all the different constituencies in the city of Philadelphia be robust. And so I'm happy. I am happy for the time that I have served. I look forward to continuing to serve, and I continue to thank you, Council President, for allowing me to do the work that I do and to advocate the way that I do in helping move this forward. We have some challenges, but we have stepped up to the plate. This council body has always stepped up to the plate, and I believe in all of my colleagues, and I appreciate the work that they have done. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. Madam Appropriation is all it's called. Chair recognizes Councilman Jones.
Mr. President, we're getting scarily close to, hinting goodbyes and things like that. So the only thing I want to say is that the diversity within this council, the passion within this council is unprecedented in any other body I know. We manage to maintain our positions, disagree, but disagree agreeably. That's due to your leadership, Mr. President, and your guidance, and I'm grateful for that opportunity. The philosopher Jay-Z once said that if you're the smartest person in the room, you should change rooms. I've never felt like I was the smartest person in the room being among my colleagues. And that is a good feeling, because no matter how daunting the problem facing Philadelphia, I knew, or I had confidence in, that someone in the room would come up with an idea that was meritorious of public policy consideration. Never, and we've been through some scary rooms, Mr. President, where we had to make money where there was none, take tough tax votes, but always, someone at that table, someone in that discussion, sometimes you didn't want to hear it, but heard it anyway, and we made it work. And that's what the people send us here to do. And I'm honored to have served with all of you guys. And some of the backstory of what you don't hear in these chambers and on these is as good as what you do. And by the time it gets to the public, it is well vetted, and that's what I'm appreciative of. Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues.
Thank you, Councilman. I believe this concludes these speeches on behalf of the majority. Before I call for a motion to adjourn, I just want to say a couple of words. One, I just want to thank all of you for the work you do, the work you've done. A lot of you bring all sorts of resumes, both political and public service, to the table, which is why I think we have had several successful years in terms of delivering under some very extremely challenging times. Didn't skip a beat. And I want to thank you all so much. Like Councilman Brown, I want to thank the staffs, because we get to have our name on the door, show up on TV every now and then, but they do the work. They prepare us to be in a position to have a public facing of the City Council of Philadelphia. So I can't thank them enough for all the awesome work they do. I have to acknowledge on this day that the makeup of the council when we come back in September, there's some level of uncertainty, August, whenever, right? But I can say that there is a level of certainty that whoever ultimately ends up being here during the course of the remaining year, there will be the same level of stability. It will be the same level of hard work. It will be the same level of passion. And it will be the same level of the willingness to participate in the public agenda. Been here for a few years. Some say more than a few. Some say too many, right? But I've just seen the evolution of this council in various ways during the course of the year. So I guarantee you that this council will continue to put first and foremost the benefits of the citizens of the city of Philadelphia before we do anything else. So I want to thank you all very much. I appreciate you all. And as I say, people actually say they love the fact when they hear me say, love you guys. So, some people actually said I was getting a little soft, but every now and then you got to be a little soft. But I just want to, Councilman Jones, I'd like to recognize you for a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the council stand adjourned until Thursday, September 15th, 2022 at 10 a.m.
Second.
Council stand adjourned until Thursday, September 15th, 2022, 10 a.m. In room 400. All in favor will signify. Say aye.
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 Let's have it. Motion carries. You all be safe out there. And again, love you guys. See you later.